Testing. Testing. I apologize, guys. I had the microphone off. I'm an idiot. Noodle and Pasta, thank you very much for the barrel roll sound effect. Striker Wolf, I don't... Can you do like a squee sound just to double check and make sure that that works? Because I didn't hear the music play yet. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we're going to be doing some experiments. Yeah, so I heard that. Did you guys hear that? I really need to get a wireless mouse and keyboard for the garage. Okay, so you are not hearing that. Okay. Let me... Okay, now that I've got... Why is this not working? So, I'm remoting into my game PC. Oh, I gotta get all this shit cleaned up. We might do a little bit of rearrangement with the stream computer. I'm not entirely sure yet. Might end up making a mount and actually attaching it to the same thing that the TV's on so it all moves together. And that way we can move that all around the room and I'm not having to be constrained to this corner. Why can I not connect to the game PC? Might not be part of the garage scene. Oh no, it is. Like, it's worked just fine in the past. But for some reason, my game PC is not wanting to, it's not wanting to connect like normal, so something's going on with it. It probably needs to reboot, to be honest. So, let me go downstairs and do that again. Okay, let's see. Yeah, something's going on with my computer down here. Okay, bear with me. I am going to restart the game PC. So, doing that right now. Can I do that? Yes, I can. While I wait for the garage PC, not garage PC, the stream PC to reboot. What? Bless you, buddy. Okay. Yeah, something is majorly wrong with my game PC. Something happened. Well, I gotta go force close it. Well, that's really annoying. Okay, it is off. I have not had to do that in like literal months. Okay, it's rebooting. No, Windows is not allowed to install updates on my computer. I have all that shit turned off. What is stabbing me in the side? That is, okay. Yeah, that is a little bit irritating. The wire is like, I guess it works really well when you're standing up, but when you're sitting down, God, that is just a pain. Literally in the ass. Bless you, buddy. I just realized I'm not, right now you're not going to hear anything. I don't hear anything because this is technically plugged in, or it's connected to the Bluetooth on the game PC, which means that I can't hear anything, and there's no sound effects to play because that all runs on the game PC. So, yeah. I know you guys can hear, because right now, the only controls are my two Stream Decks right now that are controlling the Stream PC, but the game PC does all the sound effects. So, it's a weird thing that I've got. I've got the way the audio's channeled in through everything, it lets me separate all the stuff. So whenever I'm doing a stream, I got it recording to a hard drive as well. The actual recording has 6 separate audio tracks, right? Oh god, it is a Windows update. What? I thought I turned all that shit off. It is a Windows update. I thought I turned that crap off. I had to go into the registry and switch registry settings to get it so it would stop doing that. This better not screw my PC up. Jinx it. It's fine, dude. Not your fault. It's Windows' fault. My stream PC, I actually had to undo an update like 3 days ago. Because something on it completely screwed up. And yeah, like, wasn't able to do anything with it. It was having to think constantly. The CPU was like maxed out at like 100 just all the time. You can see all the food that he's not eating everywhere. Stop doing. Oh, fucking Windows. So, first things first, I now have to go into Windows and I now have to check all my audio shit to make sure it didn't completely break all of my audio. Because for some stupid reason, okay, it is cable output for microphone, and playback is still voice meter auxiliary. Okay. Start that, start that, start that. I absolutely hate how Windows screws with my audio stuff all the time. It's like, please, stop touching shit. Time. Let me guess. Oh my god, did it again. Every frickin' time I have restarted this computer, these are listed as a completely different device. I keep bouncing between headphone 3 and headphone 2. Like, it keeps just back and forth, back and forth. Why? Okay, press and hold that. Bluetooth device. It's picking up every other Bluetooth device in the house except for these. Why? It says it's connected. What? Connected for music. Now it shows up. Okay. Time. Okay, good. I've got audio in this. Now if I do this... Time.
23:31.
All right, can you guys hear that now? All right. Let's see if this works. Okay, cool. So at least that audio's now fixed. Okay. Back out to the garage. So, a couple other things that I've been doing in the last few days. I had to go in and I got a needle shoved into my ankle and they injected a steroid into it. So, my left ankle for a few days was quite painful. But suppose they're doing like a test to see if something or other works, blah, 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 all that kind of thing. Alright, so we're going to put my bike out here. I am going to, just temporarily, turn the outside lights on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take the headphones off. Because there have been rumors of people seeing a mountain lion around, cougar, leopard, whatever you want to call it. So I might want to, be able to hear things if something's growling. Do that. Damn it. Well, that ruins things. Damn it. Well, shit, I was hoping to get the car outside, get this area opened up, and do some welding practice. Problem is, I just pushed the car outside and immediately started feeling the raindrops. And given that this car has no battery, and the windows are wide open, that's a slight problem. I'll have to see what I can do with it here then. Damn it. The former Z-Ray tech for a pain clinic. The joint injections feel great, don't they? Is it normal to stick the needle in and then dig around with it? That's what I want to know. Is that a normal thing? Because the initial punch into my ankle would have been fine, but the digging around was the bit that was like, stop it, you know, kind of thing. All right. Shit. So yeah, again, because this garage is still a mess, we're probably going to be doing a lot of little setup. I guess I'm really lucky, or again, I have a high pain tolerance, but my dentist, whenever they do things in the teeth, it's like 5 spots at most. And they usually put a gel on my gums before they do the needle that kind of numbs it a little bit. I don't know if it's a standard thing or not. They have to get into a specific space between the bones? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I know, like, when I had my back surgery year and a half ago-ish, the needles were, like, 6 inches long. And sorry, I'm trying to fix my video so I can actually see things here. Apologize. The needles were 6 inches long, and they had to push them 4 inches into my back, and it's like, damn, you know. All right. God, this is next track. Okay, there we do have music. I've got to figure out a better place to put a lot of this stuff. So you can kind of see this area right here. I kind of set it up a little bit as just where to keep these things. Last time I did the stream, we got this cabinet put up here. So I've already started putting some stuff in there. The doors are held closed by magnets, so that works really nice. The welding cart just tucks up underneath it, and then I've got my toolbox and the welding table is right there underneath it. The toolbox is right here, and then I've got my welding cart right here. So we've got that now. I've got so much just shit all over the floor right here that I need to figure out. Oh, noodle and pasta, dude, that sucks. Yeah, that is annoying as hell. Let me also explain some of the other things that I want to try tonight. Oh, you know what? I can probably do a little bit of engine bay painting. Maybe. We'll see. What is it called? I probably need to fix my damn lights up here. Okay, that one's got all 5 panels going. That one's... Oh, shit, it's only the middle panel. This one. Going to 3 out of 6. This one's down 1 panel. So, here, let me show you my problem that I'm looking at right here. Camera 1. You can kind of see how my light, all the panels are not lit up. It's kind of bad because the 2 lights that I had in Utah are working perfect. The other ones have panels that have all burned out. Camera 2. Alright, how far does this cable stretch to? The other thing I can probably start doing today, too, is start dressing up the engine. Oh, man. If you have a spare natural fiber blanket, you can soak in water and keep welding spray. Are you talking about for the car? Oh, I don't. Well, if I am going to weld tonight, what I want to do is pull out my little steel. They call them coupons. Let me grab one of these things. It's literally this little. It's like a 2x4 in size. This little thing. They call them coupons, and they're used for practicing welding, right? If I do weld tonight, to practice welding, though, like, I feel pretty confident with MIG welding. I can do MIG welding just fine. It's the TIG that I really need practice with, and it's TIG that I want to learn, because TIG is the one that looks nice. Is the air conditioning blowing right now, causing issues with the microphone? Don't hear good. Making sure that I have good noise cancellation with this thing. See, other things that I want to do. That corner. The stairs here go from where the door is all the way to the wall, right? And it's like this small spot right here is like useless for stairs. And what I kind of want to do is build a little table thing off of it and then essentially put my battery charging stuff up there. That way I can plug it in right here, have a hole where the cable comes through, and then just have my battery charging stuff there. Again, yeah, tonight is probably just going to be me still cleaning things up, so just be aware of that. What did I put? There it is. I'm like, I know I brought myself a Mountain Dew out here. The other little project I want to do is once I kind of figure out TIG better, I've got a little bit of a project on the RX7 that I need to do, because my sunroof is absolutely, like, messed up. And Bike Man, thank you very much for the raid. For all those coming in right now, be aware, I'm cleaning my garage. It's a late night garage stream. Might be putting together the Miata engine, but it's, yeah. Hope you all are doing well tonight. But yeah, I've broken, so I haven't really been able to do any streaming the last week almost. And my two cars, let's see here. I've got a 1997 Mazda MX-5, depending on where you are, Yunus Roadster, whatever. My other car is a 1987 RX7. So yeah, my garage is full of Mazda. RX7 right now, it's naturally aspirated. I have turbo, 2 manifold and turbo here, but that'll be down the road. The big project right now is my Miata, which Let's see here. Camera 1. Right now, it doesn't have an engine in the engine bay. And I have recently been working on what's called seam welding. So this area of the chassis is now a piece of being spot welded in places. I've got engine is over here. We actually did this over the course of a few nights. So it's got oversized pistons. They're low compression. That'll be turbocharged. Before I took it apart, it made like 300 horsepower, so I'm planning on making... The rods in it are good now for 750. I don't think I'm going to go up that high, but yeah. Camera 2. There we go. Let's see. But yeah, I've just been... Could call it Mazda Miata. Oh my god. No. No, we're not doing that. Oh my god. No. I need to change music here. Hold on. I think this is OC Remix, but this doesn't sound like any video game music. Oh no, it's from Pokemon. That's what it's from. I need to find a different playlist. Where's my other playlist? No, not that one. Sorry guys, I'm trying to just find some other kind of music here. Let's see. Maybe this will work. Volume 20. Volume 15. There we go. Cool. Yeah. I am just going to... It's, again, stream's not going to be super exciting. I'm just kind of moving this stuff around right now. This is completely empty. I need to actually drain a bunch of old fuel out of this gas tank into that. This is regular gasoline for my tractor, lawnmower, snowblower, whatever you want to, whatever configuration at the time. If I decide to weld tonight, I have to be taking those outside because I don't want those vapors going up. Nice license plate, right? I got it when I was playing a lot of Elite Dangerous. So, got that 07 Commander. I think somebody else had Commander 07 or something like that, but let's see here. Hole saw. I just got this toolbox last week, so essentially emptied it of all of its contents. So I've got a whole bunch of stuff here. A lot of that I'm going to have to put it into my bead blaster and get rid of the rust and repaint everything. But some other things I'm going to try to do tonight is I'm really curious what it would be like to have a dedicated mic out here in the garage instead of just using the lavalier mic all the time. So I don't know if that would work really well for picking up like tool sounds. If I can run a different a different thing of audio on it or something. I'm not sure yet. I need to figure out somewhere to put the drink where I'm not having like dust from my workspace on it, but also where it won't damage something. Battery charger. Yeah, like I said, it's more of just a chatting stream while I work on things right now. Okay, so like this light, which of course you can't see, this light also has 2 panels that are out. So I'm going to try. That one's got 3. That one's good. That one's got 3. 3 and 5. Maybe it'll cannibalize a few of these and actually make a couple full working lights again. Something just exploded outside. Your place or mine? Yours? Take care of it, dude. Definitely go take care of that. That's no good. Hopefully just some kids screwing off fireworks or something, but... Of course, I just blind myself with this. Okay. So all I'm doing right now is I'm identifying the panels that are bad. I'm just folding the bad panel down right now. And then I'm going to take good panels off of that one and put them onto this. Actually, I take that back. Hold on. One has 2 bad ones. The other one has 1 bad one. I cannibalize one of... That one's got 2 bad ones. I did it again. Damn it. Hold on. So I'm just folding the ones that are bad up so I know which ones are which. And suddenly it is a lot darker in this room. Now to just remember where the hell I put all my screwdrivers. Because there's just a mess of stuff over here right now. Can I please have a Phillips screwdriver. There's one. If you have a screwdriver tip that's magnetized, a lot of times you can bounce it on concrete. And, well, I take it back. If you have a screwdriver tip that is magnetized and it's not supposed to be, pause music, you can bounce it on concrete, and a lot of times that will mess with things and actually get the magnetism to stop. Thank you very much for the song. For those that are new to the stream, I apologize. This is only allowed once an hour at max. Pause music. All right, so essentially, I'm opening this thing up, and it has these little cables that are plugged in. So all I'm essentially doing is I'm removing the bad panels and replacing them with good panels. So that's what I'm focusing on right now. Yeah, it just pulls out. Right? I'll see a latch. There it goes. Oh, man. Sorry, I need to find somewhere to sit down. Oh, man. The panels themselves, they might be good. It's just there's probably like a bad joint on them or something. So, and I'll open them up later. Now I need pliers. Might have made a mistake by getting rid of the lights in this corner, though. It's a little bit dark now. What happened to all my pliers? There's some. Oh, no, not those. Maybe those? Nope, not those either. That'll have to do. Oh, what a pain. Volume 20. That is really... Give me the scribe, please. I heard something just fall. Wondering if this is one of those kind of things that it's designed to lock in and not release. Because... Nope, there it goes. Never mind. God, it was just jammed in there. Bunch of replacement bits to be able to replace those pin-ins, though, too. Alright, so... That one had one bad, this one has two good. So let's take it up. Volume 30. Time.
0:02.
Just after midnight. Trying to look at the design of this, because it doesn't look like it's one of the ones that locks in. Why are you not coming out? But overall, what have you all been up to? Volume 10. So, for me, with all my medical shit, I had that thing done with my ankle the other day. So, it's gotten better. It's one of the reasons why I'm now doing this out in the garage, because my ankle... My Miata running again. Because it hasn't ran in like 2 years now. And now that I got the bottom end put together, a lot of the other stuff. I mean, the thing is, here's the deal. Here's where the problem is. Easier. Has Malcolm taken a dump or thrown up? No, it's his food, his snacks that I give him. I put the snacks around is what happens. That's what all the little brown things is. It's all those little treat things that he's got. Everywhere. Why are you not releasing damage? It kind of looks like it has some kind of locking thing on it, but I don't know. It's whatever. Got this one off. Try to get a little bit more lighting in this corner. All right, so good panel, bad panel, another good panel. All right, back to the original light. Seem to be getting a few audio cutouts. Yeah, it's this mic that I have. Whenever I'm sitting down like this, the for being pinched behind a person when they're working in the garage. And I think that's where the problem is. That's one of the reasons why I want to experiment with the my old Yeti mic and see if that could be used as a decent garage mic. Maybe I'm not sure yet. Again, we'll have to test. All right, cool. Got that bit plugged back in. Let me try to get these wires all lined up again. Just like that. Cool. Alright, so that one bad panel is now replaced. Let's make sure it still functions. Hopefully it doesn't explode in my hand. That would be bad. And hey, all 5 panels are up. Nice. Cool. Got a light fixed. Now, catch is, don't stare at it when I'm plugging it in. Instead, we'll just have shit fall into my eye. Cool. And we have light again. All right. So, this is a bad panel. A known good panel off of this. Shit, where did I just put the screwdriver? There it is. Oh, man. Okay, I see. So it's kind of shaped like this, and when you put the plug in, it lifts over and then clicks on. And that's what I'm trying to fight against. So let's stick that right there. Or just break it off, because we're not going to use this anyway. That'll always work too. There we go. So good panel, bad panel. These other 3 on this thing are all bad, so this light is trash. Well, I take it back. No, the light isn't trash. I'm going to see if I can fix it later. Try to put some, take the panel apart, reflow the solder, and see if I can actually get the panels to actually light up with power again. Because it might just been a bad batch. Because I had, again, when I moved here, this garage has 6 lights. My previous garage had 2. And the 2 from the previous garage are still functioning with all the lights working, while the other 4 are the ones that are having issues. What happened to... What I had... Okay, give me a second. I thought I had like a shitload of Ziploc bags. Might still be in the basement. Be right back. I say that and I can still talk to you guys, so... Yeah, right here in the basement. Let's see here. Hey, buddy. You doing okay? You sleepy? Yeah. Super sleepy, yeah. I heard that. Let me... one moment. I'm still looking for some stuff down here. I thought I had another set of those lights down here, but... See, even the ones that I have in my basement, that one still has all 5 panels. The other one has 2 that are burned out. I might be able to cannibalize enough of the other ones to get an entire set working again, maybe. Not entirely sure. But, I do not know. Actually, you know what? They're probably in the other room. Are they in here? There they are. Got some respirator filters in here too that I need to get out to the garage. Alright. Hey, buddy. Alright. So, I just use a shitload of Ziploc bags for keeping track of all the little bolts and stuff. So, we'll be able to try to put these back together later. Put that on a shelf. Alright, now I do have 2 technically new lights in this box. Let's double check if they are fully working or not. Cat hair all over them. Okay, so yeah. This one has a panel that is blinking on and off, which the blinking on and off is making me think there's a short somewhere. Which, or hold on, wait a minute. Maybe not. I think that was starting to release the magic smoke. So, yeah, let's not. Actually, now that I look, there's actually 2 burned LEDs on that panel. This one has 1 burned LED. You know what? I wonder if that's it. The individual LEDs are burned out. Let me see if I can get up close where you guys can see this. Camera 1. Can you guys see 3rd from the top? All the way on the right side, the 2. Right there and right there. See how they have little black dots right in the middle of them? Looks like those LEDs actually burned out. You can actually see how this one has this kind of little bit of gunk right above it, because I think it exploded upwards and threw this melted crap on the inner lens. I think that's essentially what burned out. I look at the other, this is the other bad panel. This bad panel has a burned out LED right there in the corner. So I bet, camera 2, if I look at the other bad panels, I wonder if I'll find those little burned out marks. Oh. I thought that was a box of good lights, but apparently I was wrong. Take a look at this one again. Yep, this one bad LED right there. It's kind of hard to look in these because they've got all these little diffusing dots in it. Oh, yep, burned LED at the top. I bet you that's it. I bet that these are wired in series, so when one goes out, the entire panel goes down. That kind of sucks. I guess I'm going to have to get new lights then. That does kind of suck. They're not exactly cheap lights, but at the same time, you would expect them, if they're going to be on, you want them to last for a while, not only a year for their price. Yeah. And now I've got the problem. I've got spots because I've been staring at the lights for the last 10 minutes. Now that I think about it, could roll this car out, and then that'll give me some space to work on this side of the garage at least. And I can work on cleaning this shelf out over on this side. A lot of car parts. It is an RX7, so let me top off the oil. Now, for those that know about rotary engines, the motors themselves are designed to burn oil on purpose. It actually takes oil from the oil pan and injects it into the combustion chamber with the rotor, help lubricate seals and stuff. I still technically have the oil metering system enabled on this car, so it still is working. However, at the same time, I am also running premix, meaning I mix two-stroke oil in with the gasoline when I fill it up. And two-stroke oil is designed to be burned. Regular motor oil can be burned, but it leaves more residue. And then you never, ever, ever, ever use synthetic oil in a rotary car, because synthetic oil does not burn at all. Now, however, there is a caveat on that. If you disable the oil metering system, instead you run premix all the time, you can run synthetic in the car, because at that point the synthetic's not being taken from the oil pan and injected into the engine. So there is a way of running synthetic in a rotary motor, but you have to do some stuff. I'm going to do that one day. I just haven't done it yet. I've actually got a oil metering replacement pump that, oh, what is it called? Okay. Actually, do I have it over here? Maybe I can show you. Did I have it over here, or did I have it downstairs? No, I did have it over here. Sweet. Okay. So this is the piece that I'm going to be putting on the car at a later date. Oh, let me try to explain what this does. Pause music. You're a tripod, act like it. There it goes. Okay. So there's an O-ring that goes inside this groove, and what this does is that it replaces the stock oil metering pump. Instead of the engine spinning, turning all the stuff for the timing and everything like that, and somewhere in that gearing on the front of the motor, it actually goes into this, and it will turn this, essentially pumping oil through it, right? You take off the stock oil metering pump, and when you take that one off, it no longer can suck oil from the oil pan. And that's where this thing comes into play. This one, you put it in its place, it now can't pull any oil from the oil pan, and instead, you have this thing, okay? And what this is that you can connect a two-stroke oil source. And if you've ever used, like, a pressure washer that has a container for soap, when you run the pressure washer at less pressure, because of Venturi and all that kind of stuff, it sucks the soap into the thing, and it mixes it up, and it foams on the car, and you can clean your car better, right? It's now allowing that two-stroke oil to go into here, and the two-stroke oil gets injected into the motor instead of the regular oil. So you inject oil that's designed to be burned into the actual system itself. The problem is you do have to keep making sure that whatever you're using to feed this, it doesn't ever empty out, right? So a lot of the stuff that's keeping me from putting on this on, and this is actually an aircraft part. This is something that they put on rotary powered aircraft to make them more reliable, because of course it's an aircraft. You're doing a lot more inspections and stuff. And yeah, see, yeah. So I've got the O-rings for it right there, the instructions for everything. But yeah. Apparently, rotaries are extremely good for aircraft use because you're essentially keeping them at a single RPM the entire flight. So, yeah. This just makes it so even the car, you can make it more reliable. But the tank that feeds that, it has to be gravity fed. You can't pressure, right? So what I'm trying to do, and in fact, let me actually go grab some quick. I think I had it over here. Maybe not. Shit. My RX7 came with a little plastic tank. And what they had some weird ideas for shit in the 80s, right? In the 80s, this little tank, you were supposed to take antifreeze and put it in this little tank. And what it did was, when it was cold weather, it would take the contents of this tank, and during extremely cold startup, it would spray the antifreeze into the intake, causing the engine to essentially not hydrolock, but increase the compression ratio, because the antifreeze did not compress, and because of that, the car would start easier. And it's like that's the kind of shit that they did in the 80s to get these vehicles running, right? It's just weird to me. I should also mention both of my cars are both running standalone ECUs, which both of them I built. They're referred to as Mega Squirts. And I know, haha, that sounds funny. There's a reason why it was called that. Mega Squirt, when it originally came out, it was a system to add fuel injection to carbureted vehicles, thus the squirt part. However, over the years, people that have a lot more electrical knowledge than me have added more and more to it. They're currently on a Mega Squirt version 3, which is what I have, and it's a full standalone ECU. With the Miata, I've got... I essentially have coil on plug, so one ignition cylinder. I have launch control, traction control, flat shift, anti-lag. I have just all this crazy shit. If I wanted to flip a switch and my car is backfiring whenever I lift off the gas to keep the turbo spooled up, if I wanted to. Like, it's not going to make the turbo last long, but I could do it. Yeah, it's a fun car. The traction control, I do need to get some ABS front hubs, because then the front tires will read the ground speed, and then it will then do the traction control because this is a rear-wheel drive car. But yeah, I need to get that at some point. Let me finish getting all this stuff off the top of the car now. I've gotten, what is it called? This toolbox foam stuff somewhere. I don't know where the hell I put it. But that's the reason why I brought the Dremel out today, because we might start doing that as well. And again, guys, I apologize for everyone coming over from Bike Man stream. Just today is literally a just chatting stream. I have just been out because of medical stuff. A little background on that. I am retired from the Air Force. I was in for about 10 years. Was medically retired because of a couple types of cancer, broken back, nerve damage to my leg, whole bunch of just shit. And yeah, I'm dealing with that still to this day. I got out in 2013, so it's been a bit. Next track. But yeah, I pulled out a Yeti microphone. I made sure, like, I took it apart the other day, resoldered all the joints inside of it. It had some joints that looked like they were, they had cracked, so plugged it back into the computer, did a little test to make sure the audio was fine. It was really crackly before, so I believe I fixed that. But because this microphone thing that I have running up my back, because it seems to cut out every now and then, I'm just really curious if I can use that microphone and put it somewhere centrally located and it sound okay in the garage. I'm not sure yet. Again, we're going to be doing some testing later tonight. All right. Let me finish getting the oil in this damn thing. So it was at the bottom of the fill line. The RX7, it has a thing in the oil pan. So if the oil drops below a certain level, it'll start yelling and buzzing at you and everything. So I try to put about a quart in. All right, that should be enough for now. But yeah, I usually keep a jug of this stuff in the trunk, just to, if it yells at me, I pull off the side of the road and fill it up. But, oh yeah, going back to what I was trying earlier, that little bottle that this car used to have in the corner that had the antifreeze, I've removed that, but I was considering using that my gravity-fed bottle to feed that new aviation oil metering pump. But again, not really sure yet, because I keep hearing that the two-stroke oil might actually eat through that plastic. So we'll have to do some testing and see if it falls apart or not. Had rain for the first time in 2 months. That's always a nice thing. Like last year it rained twice all summer. This year we've had rain like, yeah, it was like for a period of time, it was raining like almost every day. It's crazy. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to push this one out. And see, like right now, it's raining right now. So, do that. And shut that. Of course. All right, so I think my kind of focus tonight is trying to get this wall over here a little bit more clean. So let me try angle. As you can see, it's a freaking mess. And there's a lot of this stuff. Like, I can probably empty half this stuff by just consolidating a lot of shit. I've got old exhaust manifolds down here, carpet for the Miata, trunk right here, like this. This should go in this car. There's a shit like that that I've got everywhere. My giant snap ring pliers. A lot of this I just want to get it all together. I've got a label maker somewhere that I need to mark everything to. Oh. I want to get something for the snowblower, so at least during summertime, it's actually on casters, so I can move it around a little bit easier. That'll be another little project. So, yeah, if you guys have never seen it before, this, for example, is a rotor for a rotary engine. It's the same thing I have on my shirt. But you can see roughly about how big they are. This is a non-turbo, so it's got, the dish in this is not as deep as a turbo rotor. But apparently somewhere over the course of like the last 2 years, naturally aspirated rotors went from being absolutely worthless to being gold. So that, I think, went from overnight being like nobody wants them to them being like $800 a pop. It's freaking crazy. What the frack is this? It's always fun when I find a thing where I'm like, I don't remember what the hell this is. What is this? Oh, okay. Steering wheel hub. I was like, I don't recognize this thing. Ah, okay. So, let's see if I can get this on camera. I bought this thing like 3 years ago. So, just a hub. I believe you push down on the button and pull. Yep. And that pops off. So, hold on. No. This is the steering wheel side. This stays on the car. So then when you take it, and once it gets into position, it will lock together. So it's a steering wheel release. Trying to think how I'm gonna. I mean, would it not make more sense to pull it to you? I'm just trying to. I mean, either way, it's going to be connected, right? Like, it's connected to you. I'm just trying to... You would think this would be the piece attached to the actual car, right? The larger chunk. It's just, it's got these little ridges on it for, I guess, finger grip, and that makes me think more pull it towards you. I'm trying to figure out now what actually causes this to align. I see that it's got 4 little indentions on the bottom, a flat spot on each side, and then 6 on top. Which I'm guessing, let's see here. If you put it in, what causes it? Sorry, I'm trying to now figure out how this quick release hub actually, like what's its trick? I see. Okay. So if any one of the ball bearings are not falling into one of the grooves, either on one of those flat spots, it will not actually lock. So you keep turning it until the flat spots get on the area where there's no ball bearings, and then it locks in place. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check and see on the installation here how it goes, because actually, you know what? No, the big chunk does go on the steering wheel side. It does. You grab it and pull it towards you. Okay, never mind. Cool. That's good to know. So that's another thing I need to install at some point. Yeah, I pulled this out and was like, what is this big chunk of metal? All right, cool. That's going to go in the Miata, so in the Miata box. Oh, let's see here. I've got all this yellow stuff in the corner is winterizing gear for my tractor. Let's see here. We got white paint. That's not going in there right now. And give me a moment. I've got to go back over here and make the text on the thing bigger. I don't know why it keeps resizing on me. Why does it do that? All right. Also, Fife McDuff, thank you very much for the sub, dude. I completely... How did I not see that? Did that even get written in chat, or is my bot broken? That was weird. I didn't hear any alerts, so I'm wondering what the hell's going on with that now. All right. I apologize for that, dude. Like, that kind of stuff annoys me. Like, I try to stop all my stuff to get proper alerts, and I absolutely hate it when they're not actually doing anything. Okay, so this, I think all this Pennzoil oil is actually for the RX7, because I have somewhere here I have a different set of oil for the tractor, which I need to replace that with too. In fact, hold on. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Thank you though, dude. I thought I missed something, and it was just like, that just irritates me. Camera 1. All right, yeah, you can see how that corner is nasty. And then like over here, tractor, my lawnmower, and you can see the bead blaster in the corner. The bead blaster, I really need to get the, you can see part of it, but I've got a tornado funnel that helps get a lot of the crap out of the stuff so I can reuse the media. But yeah, I think we're going to try to focus on this side of the garage today. Try to consolidate shit. Because I've got car headlights up here, which again, given that we're going to be getting the car back together soon, put that into... And also, I should mention, let's talk about that real quick. My Miata is a first generation, so it has the big, giant pop-up headlights, right? The big, giant ones. However, my car is modified. I went to low profile headlights. So I've got separate high and low beams. So essentially cut my headlight height in half and gave me better lighting at night. However, they are like H4 lights. Hold on. They are H4 lights, and at least the housing themselves, I can replace the housing with newer LED lights, which, in fact, here, hold on, let me grab my phone real quick. See if I can find one of these pictures of my RX7. Let's see. So, both my RX7 and my Miata have been fully converted to LED. The annoying part is that because the Miata is still running those H4 housings, it's using those like fake H4 LED bulbs, which like the lighting could be better, but it's still better than what the H4 stuff had. The RX7, however, oh, no, go back. The RX7 was fully converted to LED, and it has very nice headlights, which the headlights look weird, but hopefully when you're using them at nighttime, people aren't looking at the headlight design. It looks like some weird spider thing, right? But it works so well. Yeah, if you're able to get LED lights for your car, definitely look into it. Proper LED lights make a huge difference, especially if you're driving at nighttime. Also, I should mention, if you put any kind of light on your car, make sure they're aimed properly. That's one of those little pet peeves of mine, because both my cars I'm really down low. If you've got your headlights aimed properly, they should be going down at the road and not blinding everybody, but that's just me. Right here is the wind deflector for the RX7 sunroof. This is something, I think, yeah, this little plastic bit on this side broke. Or at least one of them did. There's this little plastic piece right there broke, which I am planning on 3D printing a replacement at some point. I just gotta fix the rest of the sunroof before I even get to that. Volume 20. Volume 30. So this is going to go into the RX7 section. Put my steel channel over here that I'm probably going to be using welding later. think I have 2 of these Miata Haynes manuals around. And I think because I bought in '93, had it for a few years, some drunk guy parked on top of it one night. And I went out and then bought another one like a week later after that from the insurance payout, which is now this one here. And I think I couldn't find my book because I thought it was in the wreck. So I bought another one, and then I later found the original. So, yay. Filter for the vacuum. Yeah, see, this light, it's only got the one panel here, and the other 5 are just completely bad. Bunch of oven cleaner for degreasing purposes. That'll end up going into the cabinet when I'm done. Red, blue, and green. I need to, at some point, pull out one of the microphone stands that I have and paint it green. Oh my God, old amplifier that I had in the Miata. 600 watts. I had it, oh my God, I was running the old stereo cable from the head unit into the trunk to the amplifier, and then back forward again to go to the door speakers so I could crank them out as loud as I wanted. Hear it with the top down. English gent, right? I chopped down a couple trees the other day with that electric thing, which is a nice little bit. Kind of annoying for the one tree branch that was way in the front yard because I had to get a couple extension cords. I don't remember where this light came from. I'm now curious how bright it is. It's a 5000K light, but it's not super bright. It's usable, though. That being said, I'm wondering if it would be brighter than that. It might be brighter than that one. Let me... Yeah, I'm going to change this. That way I have a little bit of light in this corner. This ladder I have is the same type of ladder that we used all the time on the flight line, work on A-10s and F-16s and F-15s. Super, super nice. Trying not to look at the light. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It's got all these little burned out. I'm not sure if that actually puts out in this busted thing or not. Yeah, there's a burned out LED, at least on every one of these. Again, it's making me wonder if they're just had a bad batch of these lights that everything just went to shit. Because the ones that I had years ago, still good to this day. So, yeah. Oh well. And I just have, why do I keep this damn foam? I don't know. That's the kind of shit that needs to be thrown away. I think I got these for the Miata. I got to do a quick search. Camera 2. Okay, bear with me one moment. I got to see what size windshield wipers go on the Miata and what size go on the RX7 real quick. 1997 Miata windshield wiper size. Yep, wiper Miata 18-inch, cool. Okay, I think the RX7 is 20-inch. 1987 RX7 windshield wiper size. Yep, 20-inch. Cool. So yeah, those wipers, I think I got it set. I think I bought it for the RX7 and the Miata at the same time, and just because the Miata wasn't running, I never put them on. W40, still stuff in it. Keep that one. So. Would it make sense to bolt a vise to a welding table? You would think that would make sense, right? That way, you put anything in the vise, it's technically grounded, and you can use that to work on something, I think, right? I mean, that's the point of the welding table. So you put the clamp on the welding table, put the piece on it, and essentially now it's grounded and you don't have to keep adjusting it. At least that's what is going on in my head. Another thing I'm going to be trying to do, and this is again why I am attempting to wanting to learn TIG welding, is, and sorry, I want to make new intercooler tubing for the Miata. The intercooler tubing that I have is steel because it was a kit. It was like a pre-made kit. And I want to be able to try to put something nicer on there that I made. Doing a real quick test fit to see if this balancer fits on the front of the engine or if it's a interference fit. This is an old ATI Super Balancer. My worry is that actually, you know what? No, we're not putting that on at all. I think it's bent. Yep, we're not using that one. I'm probably going to have to get a new balancer. Timing wheel on it's nice and sharp because it's cutting my hand all to shit, but I don't plan on using that. RX7 belt. I've got this braided steel cable, which I'm trying to remember what it connected to. I don't think this is my oil line, was it? I thought the oil line was a little thin thing. Might be able to use that one for the RX7. Where is the oil line for the Miata? Huh. I don't think that was it. The oil line to the turbo, I actually want to try to bend up a hard line for it. Because it's not something I want to have with a soft line like that. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's try to get some of this shit cleaned up. Alright. Rear thermostat, coolant reroute. Okay. That's the bit that volume 5. That reroute is when Ford and Mazda had their partnership and they developed the BP series motor, that the Miata, Ford Ranger, Ford Escort. Ooh, that is, well, that kind of sucks. Camera 1. Yeah, that's no good. It's literally hanging on by a wire thread. I have a feeling this one's dead. I mean, I'm pretty sure it would work if the... Can you get new of these? I would think you can, can't you? The wires? Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to order new wires. Yeah. Do you have three brake fluid? Don't know how well it's probably sitting here for years. All right, what is that? Is the, oh God, what do you call that damn thing? There's a shifter attachment that takes the shifter, raises the fulcrum, so then short throw shifter, that's what it was called. That was a short throw shifter block. That kit with some really shitty bolts. And because of that, it didn't sit right. It was nice. When we take the RX7, worry about fixing that. And of course, I have just random headlight cover from the Miata. All right. Huh. Oh, that was my Reverb G2 box. That should not be in the garage. That should be in the basement. Aluminum tape. I don't think that stuff ever goes bad. Original Oculus Rift box. Again, I don't know why I kept that. Probably because it has the thank you Kickstarter sticker on it. But yeah, that was the original Oculus CV1 box. Oh, yeah. Forgot about all that shit, too, up here. So, I had a bunch of RC airplanes. This is a F-47 Striker flying wing. That was the one that I fiberglassed. This is one without anything on it. Amazon has the multimeter wires. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. But you can see how this one, you can see how flexible it is, right? This one that I shit you not, I put a single layer of fiberglass on it. Single layer of fiberglass, and I put more carbon fiber rods in it. And it's like rigid as hell. I'm worried that if I ever try to fly it, it'd probably snap because it was so rigid now. Like, again, one of those things, you kind of want a little bit of flexibility in these things. But I might have flown a few of these, right? I need to see if I can turn those into like a first-person view plane or something. They flew at like 80 miles an hour straight out of the box. I'm pretty sure with more modern things, it'd probably fly faster nowadays. And then, oh yeah, here's the fuselage for an A-10. Need to work on that thing too. Still, again, I ended up buying these planes, and then like either the military moved me or something, and I never got around to building them. So I just sat for years. back seat for the RX7. What is this? Oh, rain gutter thing. That's for outside. RX7 dashboard piece. Only reason why I'm keeping this is that I'm going to use it one day to scan it, 3D scan it, and build an entire digital dash. And it would be nice to have that as a basis. Bunch of wing pieces. Pretty sure all this shit that I'm throwing up here is going to fall over at some point. Yeah, like right now. Like it doesn't want to stay. Old exhaust up there. We've got a brand new 3-inch exhaust for the Miata. That's going to be fun. That exhaust, did I ever tell you guys a story about that? I bought that exhaust when I was still living in Utah like 3 years ago. And that I bought it from. He got the order. And I shit you not, like a month later, nothing. No, just complete radio silence. And the guy was well known on the Miata forums. And nobody knew where he went and everything like that. And he had like a whole bunch of people's money from these exhausts. Oh God, look at this. Here's my old thing that I made when I was starting to make an Asp Explorer out of foam. It was going to be a remote control Asp airplane. Made it super lightweight. This thing is falling apart. Holy shit. But yeah, guy went complete radio silence. And I kept leaving text messages. Everyone that had an order, everyone's like, nobody can get in contact with him. Money and all this kind of shit. Turns out, the guy had been in some horrific car accident. He got completely wrecked. Like physically, right? Had to like relearn to walk and shit. Lost his business. Just all this crazy shit, right? It was bad. And when I heard all that, like, I'm still like expecting, never going to get my exhaust, never going to get my money back, anything like that. And he contacted me a while ago, and like, because I had kept sending him text messages before I knew about his accident, and I was like, hey, yeah, this exhaust that I ordered, if you are ever going to build it or whatever, be aware I'm going to a completely different state, you know, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, like 3 years afterward, he got in contact with me and got my new address where I live now and actually sent the exhaust because he had to go through all the medical stuff, had to learn to walk. He had lost his business, and somewhere in there, after he started recovering and doing, getting back into it, he essentially rebuilt his business and started essentially going through all his list of stuff that he still owed people. And yeah, I finally got my exhaust. So, kind of a crazy story, but yeah. random MDF board. Don't remember. Not sure what that was originally to. I think, not entirely sure, I think these are, yeah, completely brand new set of brake pads. I think for the Miata. Let me grab the phone and Google and see what the parts go to. RS4? RS. Not RS4 brake pads. Yep, okay, so the RS4s are for the Miata. So I've got a full set front and rear. Then over here, I have a set of Hawk brake pads, which, yeah, these are the ones that came off the RX7. However, I took them off and I kept them because they still looked like they were brand new. And these ones are empty, so that was probably what the rear brake pads were in. That being said, that's my old, old radiator cap with the anode still on it. I think I kept that just as a part number thing. So that one go in the Miata box. These are Miata brakes. These are RX7 brakes. All right, I have a old soldering gun. I've been wondering, like, it's always fun to be going through something, be like, oh, that's where that went. I thought I've been missing this shit for years. Well, now I know where it is. What is this? Cam seats. That is Miata stuff. Okay. Miata woodruff key. Random thing of sandpaper. All right. Valve stems, okay. Valve cover gasket, which, by the way, that's another thing we're going to be doing. My valve, it's currently painted red. Here, let me grab it. Actually, technically, I have two valve covers. Oh, this is the one that I was working on the car, right? I am going to be taking this, and you can see how the paint kind of has come off of it. I need to take this thing completely apart, clean it off, put it into the bead blaster, bead blast it to bare metal. And I think what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to be painting that British Racing green. So it'll be a little bit different than instead of having a really bright color in the engine bay, it'll be like that subdued dark green color. I think the last time I went to England, I had thrown my iPad and shit into this. Nice little travel bag to keep things from getting screwed, but no idea why I kept it out here. Bunch of replacement foam for old car parts. That's going to go in the RX7 container. If I can get in there. There it goes. This is that reflective bubble wrap stuff. Super good for blocking a lot of heat coming through. Oh my god. I don't even have this computer case anymore. I think I can get rid of this now, right? One of those computer doors that has the giant frickin' fan on it. I got rid of that case like, swear, 6 years ago. I don't know why I kept that. So that can, yeah, that's just going to go here for throwing away later. I have no need for a fan that large. My computer's old. The radiator for my computer is larger than the computer. I think my radiator can fit a 3x3 grid of fans, so 9 fans total. It's one of the giant things. It's enough radiator to cool 2 computers. It's just massive. Okay, so this is just a case for a DeWalt drill. Do want to keep all the tools in one location. Alright. Little soldering station that's frickin' falling apart. I think they call these helping hands. It's like a little thing that's supposed to help hold on to all the stuff that you're soldering and everything. But, like, this is a old Radio Shack thing. Looks like I'm missing one of the little grips on one side. I don't think I ever really used these. It was just always, you just hold it with my own hands. Alright, I now have a shitload of trash bags. That's good. Another helping hands thing. That one's got the little grippers. This one's all plastic now. Oh, the magnifying lens does have a light in it too. I don't know if I'll ever use that. One of the original buckets for the Miata light. Big giant frickin' thing. See, like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't ever see me going back to those lights. But it's like, I also don't want to get rid of it because I might use it for something. I don't know. But, what are these called? Caster? And again, guys, thank you all for just hanging out with me tonight. I know this isn't like the most interesting stream. Just cleaning the garage. Boxer T16 controller. Huh. Another box that the Oculus Rift came in. Oh wait, no, this was the... Hold on. No, this is my, oh, that's right. This is my replacement Oculus Rift. Okay. All the VR stuff should be in the basement, though. Random vacuum attachment. All right. The foam I put in there earlier was like 1/4-inch foam. This is like 1/8-inch foam. It's really good for repairing the HVAC box. Another random piece of MDF wood. English, yeah, dude, I completely understand that. My thing today was just like, I have been feeling like absolute ass the last couple days because I had this injection Thursday? It is. Yeah, we're going into Sunday. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I had this injection in my ankle on Thursday. And they told me, like, you know, try to stay off of it. It's going to be, it's a steroid. It's supposed to, it'll, and it should hopefully start going down. But hopefully it will cause your ankle in general to start feeling better. Yeah. I did that, and my entire ankle's on fire, my calf was on fire, it just hurt like hell Friday. And now it's like, okay, I am feeling really, really motivated to actually doing something. And here I am. Clamps. Right there. Okay. This right here. God. Oh my God. Hold on. I've got something to show you guys. Not this. This is another thing. But camera 2. Here. Let me show you guys something. This is a piece of plastic that I got in, oh my God. I bought that piece of plastic in, well, still in North Carolina. So before 2008. Okay? So let's just date that part, right? So before 2008 is when I got that. Put all this stuff over here. And here, let me also do this. So if you look in the back window of the Miata, you might see these metal bars going to the side. That is because this car has a full roll hoop, right? Roll cage? I mean, not, okay, maybe it's not a cage, it's a hoop. But it's actually structural. It's bolted in at 4 different points. But that's where this piece of plastic came in. Because what I found out is that if you take this and you slide it in, actually, no, it goes on the back. If you put it right there, and then you use these little Velcro straps that I put through it, right? And you Velcro them around said bars, it holds really nice and tight, okay? But what that piece of plastic does, Actually, I take it back. No, it wasn't this side. It was this side because then the seats actually also kept it from going forward. That's what it was. So yeah, the plastic does go on the inside. But what this plastic does is, by taking this, putting it there, it looks a lot better when the plastic is actually clean. But having the strap like that, you can now drive that car in the middle of winter, and as long as you got the heat cranked, you are in a nice little bubble with the top down. That piece of plastic is just enough for the air coming off the top of the car and curving back in. It stops that cold air. So you take the side windows, you raise the side windows like halfway so they're about in line with the mirrors, and you are now in a little bubble of heat. It works so well. And is it Poika? I feel like I'm mispronouncing that. Hopefully you're doing well today. I've got people both on Twitch and YouTube, so I'm using a program called Rotoni that is connected to both, and it allows me to see both chats, which is nice. Camera 1. There we go. But yeah, right now we're just going through my garage, cleaning shit up. Got all this old rubber hose. A lot of this is going to be replacing the stuff that I took off the Miata in the first place. But, yeah. I mean, so far I have cleared out this bay here, so I can start. Probably take the Miata stuff and move it over here. Yeah, let's actually do that. Miata stuff goes up here. Try to just get everything consolidated on the shelves so stuff isn't scattered everywhere. And that way I can get all my tools set up better. Like this bottom area here, it's collapsed under the weight of all this shit, so I've got to pull that out. And then I got stuff here like from things I was trying to repair. As an example, this rusty piece of shit was the drip tray in my my air conditioner when I moved into the house. I moved in and I noticed there was like a big puddle on the floor, and I'm like, what is that from? Ended up taking it apart, and I think the bit that I have in the air conditioner now, not air conditioner, heat pump, in the heat pump now, just a bit of metal that I bent to shape that matched this, sealed the edge with silicone, and it's still working, so that is a... But see, then I have stuff like this. I got a bunch of this stuff downstairs too in my basement, but I've got all the connectors. I've got the tools to put all these things together. These are those old style things for the push rods in your door of your car. Brand new ones. So I've got a whole bunch like that. Twisted Harlock, thank you very much for the song, dude. Hope you're doing well this morning. bunch of wire connectors with, what is it called? Heat shrink tubing. This is the original intercooler that I had on the Miata years ago. So this is probably going to end up going on the RX7 at some point. I'll probably redo the mount. You can see how this side I hit it with some black spray paint to make it more stealthy, but that side was still bare aluminum. There's nothing wrong with this intercooler. It's just the intercooler I ended up getting for the car was a lot more efficient intercooler. In fact, where is my other intercooler? Oh, it's up there. I can't get to it. Shit. Never mind. Yeah, this will probably be on the RX in the future. This will only be a temporary until I can actually get a proper front mount that fills up the entirety of the front of the car, but it's better than nothing. The RX7 in stock form had a top-mount intercooler, and I don't have any of those pieces, so I'm going to just go straight to a front mount. So that's what that'll be for. Yeah, lay down, please. There we go. Again, bunch of stuff that I remember buying, but then also forget about. So this right here, it's just a bunch of instruction stuff. Because I have, somewhere in all this, there is a box filled with that, like, tar-based sound deadening stuff that when we take the RX7 apart and put it back together, I do want to properly sound deaden that car to make it, you put the windows up and it'll be nice to drive in. Put the windows down, remote exhaust valve, and get loud as shit. I don't know. Something. What is this? Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. I know what that was. That should be inside the house, though. I don't know why I kept that out in the garage. Oh, man. Well, I'm thinking what I want to do at some point, though, is I've got this steel bar here, and I had built this tall stand at my previous house that I stayed at, the place that I rented, because you can't modify. I didn't want to like drill holes in the wall or anything like that, and I ended up building the stand that camera to. I ended up building the stand that the TV and the camera up there is mounted to. It's essentially, the base is like, it's two bars like this, and there's a caster at every corner, so there's 4 casters. It's kind of shaped like a triangle with the very top cut off, but essentially it's just a big parallelogram, right? The entire reason why I built it that way was to have the legs really spread apart so it will be able to go underneath the back of my desk, right? That way my feet would not hit the metal bar, right? And I had the big TV mounted to it, and at my previous apartment, just pulled out a metal sliver, ow. At my previous apartment, it would put the big TV up real high, and that's what I had my stream computer on, right? And then my game computer was still my triple monitors, my drawing tablet, my VR stuff, all that kind of thing. And it let me have the stream computer thing really up high, so no matter what, that was just a stream computer, everything else was game computer. When I moved here, because it's my house, I can modify whatever the hell I want, I ended up taking one of the wall TV mounts that the previous owners left here, and I moved it into the basement, and I put one of my smaller TVs on it, and then that allowed me to have my proper, standing desk down there. So then that can move separate from that, and then it got rid of all the stuff behind the computer, but then I decided to take that stand and put it out here in the garage. What I'm considering now is taking this metal bar and taking the computer that screen and camera are attached to and building a frame to hold that computer on that frame. And then that way I can run a power cable sheathed with like a Cat6 cable so it all moves together. And then that way I can take that and move it wherever in the garage I need to have that camera and have the chat where I can actually see it. Because it's in a good spot. I can read chat from over here, but it would be nice to be able to move it around and have, the other camera that I have on this tripod, be able to position it in different places. Other things I need to buy for the Miata before I really drive it, though. I need to get a new battery, and I need to get new tires. Because those tires have been sitting there. Car hasn't rolled in essentially 2 years. So now I do have a set of winter tires. Those, though, are on the side, so they're still good. But I'd rather not drive a turbocharged car during winter time. So those rims, those wheels, and then switch to those come winter time. All right, continuing on. Malcolm's old cat dish. Let's see. Is this camera 2? Camera 1. Thought this thing popped off. Am I misremembering? Found a bunch of my old Sharpies. Question here is, are they all working or are they dried out? Bunch of mechanical pencils and pens. I don't even remember what this bag was originally to. Nope, they're all still good. Not dried out at all. Cool. So I have 8 new Sharpies. Put the full box so I don't lose those. This Stryko doing pretty good. How are you today? LRB Speed door panels. Okay, that is an RX7.
Found anything yet?
We ain't found shit. No, we've actually come across a bunch of stuff that I thought I had lost or had forgotten about. So that little of hardware there, let me actually go over here and grab the door panels. I've got these door panels that I bought. Again, it's been years, but these are replacement door cards for an RX7. So you can kind of get an idea of what they are, right? Pause music. So they're just replacement door cards in that position. But you take them and you take the original door card material out, which is like, it's like a fiberboard with some 80s style carpet that's like wrapped around it. It's that gray material. In fact, here, it's this. So the material on the door of the car essentially looks like this. It's that material right there, that 80s style cloth that they used all the time. Door, too. It dates the car greatly. And I got the door cards, and I was like, you know what? I want to change the door cards to these aluminum ones. But then I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Get rid of, if I have metal door cards, they're now just going to be essentially drums, and it's going to make the car loud as shit inside, and I don't want that. So I kept the original stuff. I'll redo them one day, but it makes the car a little bit quieter right now. So, yeah. Found anything yet, right? Alright, low pro headlight instructions. I don't care about that because I already have them on the car. However, that'll go into the MX5 box. And so I heard a song start, and I was like, no, this is one of those songs that, for me, it's what do you call it? It's a core memory, right? It's a core memory of me growing up. I used to load up the original Gran Turismo and have this song literally play on repeat. So, sorry, I'm going to be listening to this song for a bit. Volume 40. Start from the beginning. Pause music. This was a song that played during the opening video of Gran Turismo 1 on the PlayStation 1. I played the ever-living shit out of that game. Put a slab of the tar base sound editing on the inside of the panel. I could, but the cloth actually gets rid of a lot of the sound too. Let me go into the garage. I'm sorry, let me go into the house. I need to grab something. Wait, hold on. Where did I put that roller? No, it's right over here. Never mind. I need to go grab some paper towels, because I have no idea where I put them now. I need another roll. Volume 10. Oh, and as I step outside, I find the original roll of paper towels that I knew I had out here. I also just realized that window's uncovered. I had that window blacked out so it didn't annoy my neighbors, but apparently the material fell down. I'll have to fix that later too. All right. See, I've got the car hood over there. I need to figure out another place for it as well. I mean, of course, once I get the car together, the car hood will be on the car, but right now it's kind of like in the way. Camera 2. I'm sorry, twisting to try to get my ankle to pop. Okay, move that to the side real quick. I need to do a quick test here, because this is another thing that I haven't moved this in a while. Oh, frack. Same with these. Once I get the fenders actually on the car, that will clean up a lot of the a lot of the mess that is everywhere. So the reason why I'm checking this fit right now is the other week I did some welding on the frame here, and I just needed to double check what parts of that weld are actually exposed. And I've got like a 2-inch section I need to actually hit with a bit of a sanding wheel to kind of get rid of the sharp edge on it, to make it so you don't slice your hand open. Like, this is another thing too that, oh shit, I'm caught. I'm gonna have to go through, and once I get it back on the car, probably gonna have to make a 3D print and roll the fenders. Take this bit and kind of squeeze it up to give better clearance for the wheel. And then like shit like this is something I really need to fix too. It's kind of hard to... This little corner right here, it's going to be kind of hard for you guys to see this. Actually, you kind of can. That right there is a crack. That's no good, right? The crack goes from here, over here, turned 90 degrees, and it's starting to go up this, and it's following that, right? So this is something that I need to stop, drill the crack, and then once I learn how to TIG weld, I'm going to TIG weld that back, close that crack up, and then anywhere else that there's a crack along this thing I need to fix. I think that's the only spot on this fender. The other fender has a very small crack right there that I need to fix. So now I got to figure out how to get back over here. My favorite game, yeah. It's a good song. All right, there's that. What is this? Oh, man. All right. So, another thing I need to check here. What the hell did I do to my leg now? God. Sorry, it feels like I just wrapped my shin up against something. All right. Put those tools there. I'm going to start putting a bunch of tools on that shelf. Volume 20. Isn't it called Fortunate One? Hold on one moment. Be right back. Well, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just bending down to look at something here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking the VIN number because when I rebuilt this engine block, I put the original oil pan on it. So just making sure that the VIN number is the same for everything now. English, I think I do too somewhere. Okay. So this is the, what would you even call this bit? Spacer? I guess it's the spacer between the transmission and engine. The only problem with this, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it other than it's just dirty as sin right now. See how much of this I can get cleaned off. I'll have to take it outside at some point, put it under the pressure washer, and just get all this grime off of it. Make it look all nice and shiny. They did that with the actual transmission itself, took it and pressure washed it from all angles. Camera 1. There's a couple little plastic connectors, I guess, for wiring harnesses and stuff that I need to get replacements for it as well, I think. Try to use up what is left in this WD-40 can. It cleaned up okay. I think what I'm going to do is take this entire thing, get it pressure washed, but then I'm going to take it, put it in the bead blaster, and blast that kind of texture into it so it's like really clean. Essentially brand new material that's all put together right. So then that'll be ready to assemble the engine and transmission. Get all that together. I've got a brand new clutch. Still using the old flywheel because there's nothing wrong with it. The machinist took a look at it and it was just right. Put this over here so I don't damage it. I'm still wondering where my my old oil line went to. Huh. Oh no, there it is. Never mind. I looked up top. I think I'm going to try to go to my uncle's place next week. I've got that propane here that I'll back to him because I don't need that anymore since I got the electrical heater for the garage. Oh, I know what this is. Volume 10. This, I still have a bunch of extra parts because I essentially had two different RX7 air conditioning systems. I actually have one of them left. I'm going to have to find all those pieces, put them together and put them up on eBay or something because there's nothing wrong with them. It's just... Actually, I take that back. No. That one piece is... I think this is the replacement for the Miata, I think. Hold on. Because I think I bought this years ago because that corner right there got bent. Yeah, it is. Shit. So this is actually a much better air conditioning piece than what is actually in the car right now. And the other nice thing is that I do technically have all the proper gear to put new AC stuff in the car. I have a vacuum pump and all that kind of stuff. So that goes into the MX-5 box. MX-5 Miata, same car. You'll hear me refer to it either or. This, however, is the RX7 one. That goes into RX7 box. And hold on, let me get back and read this. Is the Miata NA or is it turbocharged? It is turbocharged. Now, right now, the Miata is nothing because the... Camera 2. Camera 2. Camera 2. There we go. Right now, the Miata is nothing because the engine block is right here. Pause music. So, the entire thing with the Miata started with, I noticed that a bracket on my radiator was busted. So I was like, okay, radiator, I see a crack in the bracket. Let me pull the radiator out. Let me take it somewhere, get it welded up, right? Pull it out, off to the side. I'm getting it ready to take to a local shop to have them weld it. It's all aluminum and everything. And I'm sitting there like, you know what? Since I have this radiator out, I might as well change the timing belt. And then everything went to shit. I'm going, start taking everything apart, taking all the covers off, timing belt's exposed. Go to take that harmonic balancer off, and you loosen all the stuff, and the moment it all loosens up, you know, that kept the tension on the Woodruff key and all the stuff that keeps the timing belt timed, right? And I pull it off, and over time, it walked the keyway, and it was absolutely mangled. The crankshaft was wrecked. And I'm sitting there looking at the shit like, you gotta be kidding me. And the engine that was in the car at the time was actually a junkyard replacement because I burned out pistons on another one, so I just went and got another one, right? So I was like, okay, I have this other engine block that has an absolutely fine crankshaft. If I pull bad crankshaft out and put good crankshaft in, I can just have another engine going again, and that was my original plan. So I took the engine that had the good crankshaft, and we started disassembling it, right? And, you know, pulling all the pistons out, finally get the crankshaft out, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Why don't I just build this engine? And that's essentially what I did. So it's got low compression, oversized pistons, giant rods that are supposedly good up to 750 horsepower. Stock ones bend at like 350 or something like that. Yeah, the bottom end should be absolutely bulletproof now. Right now, though, however, the cylinder head is completely stock. It is a 1997 cylinder head, so it's not the best flowing one. I do have another cylinder head that I took apart, and I was porting it as an experiment. I still need to get myself a 99 cylinder head, which has much better castings and stuff, and actually port that one, though. But I'm doing the porting on it as an experiment for myself. But that's essentially where we're at right now. Today's stream, we're just talking about random stuff, things that I have planned, and I'm working on my garage because I have been broken the last week and not be able to do anything. So just kind of hanging out with people and all that kind of stuff. But once I get the Miata up and running again and make sure that it is running good for like 2 to 3 months, then we'll take my RX7 completely apart, and then we'll rebuild that one too. And that one will add a turbocharger too. So I'll end up having 2 turbocharged vehicles. And then one day, if I get really, really bored, see if I can find a really small Greddy turbocharger, my 1.6 liter Miata, and maybe put that on my tractor. I don't know. I don't even know if the tractor would spin that thing up. I don't think it would. I would think that little tractor, constant deluge, dude. I have been completely screwed up sleep-wise. Camera 1, but I had an injection in my ankle on Thursday, and I'm like now at the point where like I have to do something. All right, so this is the wiring harness for the stock coils of the Miata. The good part with this no, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the stock coil setup. That's the injectors. I don't remember. This might have been to the 1.6. I could have sworn that my injector harness was completely separate on the 1.8 liter. But whatever, I have it so I can use it as a basis for something in the future. Next track. Probably need to get myself another wheeled workbench so I can, where I was just looking at it. So I can mount the grinder and the bandsaw to them. You guys want to see a fun little bit of my car history? Check this out. Let me get close to the camera real quick. You guys are going to laugh at this. Some of you might know what this is. Others, not so much. Okay? So this used to be my boost controller for my car. It still works absolutely fine. However, I have gone to electronic boost control instead of mechanical boost control. But essentially what happens here, let me show you how this thing works. Okay, so this bolt comes out. Inside here, there is a spring and ball. Okay, so what I had was a spring with a little cap to kind of smooth it out, and a small ball bearing, which you can barely see there in my hand, right? And that sat right on top, okay? Like right on top of that little dome. The bolt itself, I had put these notches into it to allow air to flow past it, right? Now in here, this would be your air source coming in, okay? Let me now drop this stuff back in here. So essentially, you now make sure it's all put back together here properly. Okay, so that little ball is now pressing up against a little kind of cone-shaped thing, preventing air from going in, right? Well, the more pressure you apply, the more that air fights up against that spring. When that air pressure gets more than what the spring can release, it gives, and the air flows around the sphere and goes past the bolt, and then this way. It then goes to the boost, essentially the boost controller, it's like a vacuum-operated plunger, and it opens and closes the wastegate. So when the wastegate's closed, all the exhaust is going through the turbine and spinning the turbo up, right? Once you meet your boost goal, the air flows to that boost controller and it opens the wastegate and it allows the exhaust to not go through the turbo, bypassing it, and essentially it limits its max, right? Well, this, do you guys see that little tiny hole there? That's a little bleed hole. So the pressure can go in and then it can exit out like very, very slowly. It's a really, really, really tiny hole. I had to drill that at work, right? Little tiny hole. But essentially, if you wanted more boost, you tighten that screw that put more pressure on the, because like let's say the wastegate is a 6 psi wastegate, right? Well, if you have this thing crack open at 12 psi, it opens up at 12, and then it allows that to go past, and it's still seeing like 6 psi over here, so it allows you to dial up your boost pressure, essentially. My car now, though, it's all using electronic stuff, so it uses a mechanical valve to open and close a few hundred times a second. It's a little bit better controllable than this thing was, but that's a little bit of my automotive history from years and years ago. There's nothing wrong with it. It still works, but it's just kind of funny to see. All right, let's see. What else I have up here? I have... Yeah, Moroso, what do you call these things? Oil catch cans. That's another thing, too. What I'm planning on doing is I want to put a cutout in the exhaust flowing over the 45-degree metal tube, creates a vacuum, and that essentially takes crankcase pressure. The exhaust flowing past it sucks all that crankcase pressure out. They do not allow you to do that on a race car because of the way that it might leak out onto the racetrack. Street car, it tends to work better because, if anything, it pulls in the muffler and then it burns out in the muffler. So, works really well. All right, what other stuff do I have over here? So this is a slave cylinder, but it looks all old and crusty. It looks like a Miata slave cylinder, but as far as I thought I had a clutch line. Oh no, my slave cylinder's still in the vehicle. So I think this might have been the old one. I think I'm just going to keep it for the bracketry, to be honest. Oh my God, my ankle. Ankle's starting to flare up again, so. Camera 2. Camera 1. All right. The little screw on the bottom of the camera, it had actually ripped out a few months back, and during our last garage stream, we actually used a soldering iron to up the little metal, what do you call it, the metal insert, and get that back in there. So, bunch of 10W30. Two-stroke oil, essentially just extra for the RX7. Put that in the trunk. Drive belt. This in the trash. Have I seen the damage at Fort Carson? No. What happened? See, I was never actually at Fort Carson, so I'm not super familiar with the area. What happened? Big storm rolled in, number of helicopters rolled over while on the ground. Ooh, shit. Yeah. That's not good. It's no good at all. I was doing something with the other Miata headlight trim, but I don't remember what now. Did I put it over here?
Do a barrel roll.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, a lot of times, like, thing is with aircraft is that they're designed to fly. So if you have it on the ground and a big storm rolls in and all that kind of shit, yeah, they can be. Sucks that they had their helicopters wrecked that way. I could have sworn I just. Of course, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Paper towels right there. But yeah, like even the helicopter that I flew, civilian. I mean, still AS-350. It's a pretty decent turbine helicopter. It's still considered a small helicopter, though. Yeah, you'd attach the rotors to the body, because otherwise, yeah, the wind would come and they would flap up and down and you would damage the rotor head. But to get it to the point where it's like literally flipping it over, I'm just trying to think, the wind speeds, like, was this the one of the storms that like dropped tornadoes too? Because like if it's lifting helicopters up, especially like, was it just Apaches or was it yeah. What do I think about the rotary engine in the RX7s? I mean, mine works fine. Mine's working absolutely fine. The funny thing with the whole RX7 thing is that if I was able to get a 20B eccentric shaft and a 20B center housing, I could have a 20B, right? Because like I have, well, see now where did I put it? Here it is. Like I have more rotors. I have more housings. I just need the special bits to make it a 20B or 26B. I don't know. 3-rotor would be fucking sweet, though, to be honest. The hard part for me would be the making the intake and exhaust manifold, because that bit I don't have. But yeah, I own a second generation RX7. So, yeah, Blackhawks and Apaches, yeah, those are pretty decently sized helicopters. I think Blackhawks are still considered a medium helicopter, though. I never flew anything that big. Oh my God. Here's the heat shielding that was around my current RX-7's exhaust manifold. Completely mangled. Oh, where am I going to put this? Put that over there for me. PB blaster. Black and red paint. I am really glad that alcohol had the cover on. Give me that back, please. Yeah, to lift a Black Hawk up. Oh my god, that's a bit of wind. Random polishing compound. Oh, you know what? Ooh, I just had an idea for what we could use that for. Wood glue. Is this still good? I don't know how old this thing is. Wood glue might still be okay. Never mind. That entire thing is just completely dried up. That's yuck. Throw that away. Note to self, get some more wood glue. So, this bottom piece had actually fallen through. So, pull that out. Look how angled that thing is. Holy crap. Constant Deluge, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in tonight. This thing, whatever time appropriate greeting it is for you. Thanks for hanging out, man. I've lost my damn broom again. There it is. See, like, what would be an amazing upgrade for a garage? Instead of these kind of, I mean, these are nice shelves, right? They hold a lot of weight. But they're the kind that if you try to lift an individual shelf, they can possibly come out and then drop out. I would love to get the kind of shelving that's all bolted together that has casters on the bottom, so you can like move them around. That would be like the best kind of garage shelving. But all right, so this thing's all bowed out. I do have a couple other ones that are not bowed out. Let's see if I can grab one of these. See, I had on this bottom thing, it was a bunch of these plastic containers that had like a bunch of chemicals in them, so it was just probably the weight of all the liquid caused it to collapse. There we go. There, fix that. All right, what's in here? See, there's just a lot of stuff in here that I think I can get rid of. Like, this was the original... Oh, This was the original air intake snorkel for the Miata that kind of went through the fender and went to the airbox. So it's like stuff like this, like, why did I ever keep that? Foam rubber, that'll be useful for house sealing up for wintertime. Charcoal canister. This would be good if it still had the little nozzle right there, but figure that out. Instructions for my jack. What is this? Oh, that's the cover for the funnel. Intercooler pipe for the Miata. Oh, man. This is the box that the dash camera came in. Hey, another Sharpie. I'm going to keep that because there's a bunch of little hardware in there that's nice. Let's see here. Make sure that, yep, Sharpie still works. Camera 2. Hold on. Just had to strip a factory and those bolted shells were a nightmare. Oh yeah, I mean if you're taking them apart like that, yeah, I can see how that's a problem. But having actually using them though, then, I mean, even putting them together will be a pain, but having them and actively using them, it just makes it would make a garage just so much nicer because then you're like, oh, you could stack the shelves together for the smallest possible footprint and then, you know, essentially pull out only what you need when you need it. I'll be right back. Again, I don't know why I say that. I can still talk to you guys. Just grabbing another drink. But yeah, but putting it up and taking down of those shelves do suck. Having them and actively using them would make it just a lot nicer, right? I'm getting poked in the side by an air nozzle. I really need to get a Bluetooth repeater because where my Bluetooth signal is for my computer downstairs, line of sight, like if I do this, yeah, right here, line of sight, I miss all the concrete and I can hear all the music. Past that, I don't have line of sight and I'm getting a little bit of stuttering here. Camera 1. Okay. License plate now. Probably need to use that to try to get a license plate attached to the front of one of the cars. Oh, wow. I'm finding stuff from my Mega Squirt 1 from years and years ago. They had a Mega Squirt 1 based kit for the Miata, the Mega Squirt plug and play, that had a whole bunch of extra stuff that allowed you to have like launch control and flat shift. The Mega Squirt 3 has all that stuff too, but God, it's just kind of funny to come across all this stuff. Camera 2. Where was that thing? But it's funny because look at the cables on this thing. Camera 1. That computer somewhere too. That's the crazy part. Then I have this. Then I'm going, can I use this now? I mean, I need to clean it off, but I'm trying to remember. That, ooh, I just thought of something. When I get the water pump on, I do want to cut off the water pump tube, flip it 180 degrees, and have it go off the front instead of the back. So that's another thing I need to modify. Again, that's the reason why I essentially taught myself to weld. Oh God, I apologize. I feel like I'm about to sneeze, but it's not coming out. It's not wanting to come out at all. So this little box is essentially the brain for the RX7. This is what has these bits on the bottom here control your headlights and turn signal relays. The bit that was in the back here, I think that actually dealt with, I'm trying to remember what that one controlled. I think this small one that goes right here is for turn signals. Oh, turn signal, headlights, windshield wipers, I think is what it was. Having to get this off of eBay. And between my car and the eBay one, I was able to cannibalize enough pieces to make a good one. Completely brand new solder, replaced whatever caps it had with brand new ones. Replaced as many of the, what are they called? Replaced as many of the, I've gone blank. I cannot remember what it's called now. Not capacitors, resistors. As many of the resistors as I could with brand new stuff. So, for a period of time, I was getting really, really good on identifying the, what do you call it? The bands of color on resistors to find replacements and then cut them, solder them on, trim everything. It was kind of it was annoying, but car's been rock solid since. Used to have a bunch of issues where, what was it called? The windshield wipers would not run properly. Like they would be, you turn the windshield wipers on, and when you go to cut them off, it wouldn't cut off, right? So then the only way to turn your windshield wipers back off was to turn the power to the car off, which would de-energize the relays, the springs in them would pop them out. And then you could turn the car back on, and then the windshield wipers would stay off until you turned them on again, and then they would stay on until, like again, the moment you turn that little knob and sent any power to it, they close, and they wouldn't release until it lost all power. But all that electronic stuff is fixed. The only issues that I've had recently were my fault. And now the wire thing just came undone. The electrical issues that I've had recently, again, it was entirely my fault because my tachometer is not ran off of the actual trailing coil like it is stock. My tachometer is actually ran off of the Mega Squirt itself, so I had to run a separate wire. That wire is shielded, and I ran the shielded wire, but I didn't connect it properly, right? The shielded wire, it's essentially you have wires, and then you surround the entire thing with a shielded wire. And that shielded wire is supposed to essentially makes a Faraday cage around it, and only one side or the other needs to be grounded. And I had grounded on both sides, making it useless. It doesn't actually work. So found out that I was getting noise in it, and that's why my tachometer was doing this weird jumping thing. So last time I had the dash off, fixing that, so that's now working. But that same bit was also connected to the same wires that were running my secondary fuel injectors, and that was annoying because the secondary fuel injectors were not actually activating, which in RX7, not having fuel can be really bad. Alright, so this wire can go up into this thing. Now, on my car, however, not having the secondary fuel injector was not as bad because my primaries are so large and it is a naturally aspirated car. If I was running turbocharged, it would have been potentially disastrous, but because it was naturally aspirated, it wasn't as big of a deal. Like, I'm running 650s, and I think the stock injectors are 460s. So even when the stock fuel injectors, all four of them were running, because you have two primary and two secondary, the injectors were maybe running at like half operating capacity, right? So, yeah. When I go to turbocharge the RX7, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to 1,000cc injectors as the primary and 1,600s as a secondary. Because, yeah, it should be more than enough fueling at that point. My Miata runs 1,000cc injectors. So, they're nice injectors. Alright, I just put a whole bunch of wiring up in that cabinet. In fact, let me see. Here's my Miata injectors. Let's see here. So I've got some nice fuel injector clinic 1,000cc injectors. Yeah. Like, these on a Mazda Miata, like, you look at this thing and you're like, that is a giant frickin' injector for such a small car, but I think 1,000 cc, 4 cylinders, that's good to 680 horsepower worth of fuel. Again, if you max it out. I'm not planning on going anywhere remotely near that, at least. And the other thing, too, is if you have a Mazda Miata that's making more than 300 horsepower, that's already a pretty quick car, right? My big thing is I just wanted to make sure that I had the end-all injector that I would ever need for the car. Like 300, 400, 500 horsepower, those injectors will do it. I'm not ever going to have an issue with fueling for the Miata, right? The RX7, however, yeah, you need 1,000 cc injectors on the primaries, something else really freaking big on the secondaries. And RX7s get to the point where you might even need tertiary injectors on there. And it's like, okay, I'll deal with that when you get the point, right? I think this is an old RX7. I don't think there's anything wrong with this one. It was just one of those things of, it was making a weird noise, so I got a new one. And then I realized afterwards that, no, that's just the noise it made. So I don't think there's anything actually wrong with that. I've gone blank. For some reason, my brain is saying igniter, but no, it's not an igniter. What the hell is that called? I've just gone completely blank. Starter. It's a starter. Starter went bad. Or I thought the starter went bad. Now, again, that being said, that was the RX-7 starter. Where is my Miata starter? I could have sworn I was looking at it just a moment ago. In fact, I'm really curious. I need to compare the Miata. Yeah, here's the Miata starter. Okay. Oh, God. Miata starter is, like, short and stubby compared to that thing. Hold on. Oh, where'd I... Oh. There you are. Oh, yeah. These are definitely not interchangeable. But RX-7 starter, long, thin. Miata starter, short, stubby. Yeah, completely different design. But gonna have to get the Miata one onto the car soon, because I really want to drive the car one day again. I'm hoping to get this car running before the end of summer. It would be nice to drive it around a little bit before it gets old. Put these... All right, I think what I'm going to do here is this shelf here, I am going to put a bunch of liquid stuff. So what that means is, again, because of my bad back, I don't want to be having to be, bending down super low to get to everything. So I want to be able to come over here and grab any kind of liquid. So what I'm going to do, actually, no, wait a minute. Because that's something I need to work on. And this is probably going to be incredibly dumb. Land Rover starter was struggling, so I imported a mean green starter from the USA. Off the flywheel during a really cold winter. Oh my god, dang. It's no good. Alright, so this board that I just pulled off the very bottom side, you can see how curved it is because of the weight of the shit on it. What I'm going to do here is, first off, I need to clean this side off now. I'm going to put that on that second thing. So now its curve is now going to be fighting gravity instead of dipping down. And I'm essentially double layering that second shelf. Like that. Now we have 2 layers of that material that will hopefully be able to resist a lot of this liquid stuff. So things like I bought all this vinegar. Was fixing up the RX7, and the gas tank was absolutely disgusting. And I got all this white vinegar, and I still have so much frickin' vinegar. All the frickin' vinegar. One more. 2 green oil. See, now the weight of it is causing it to flatten out. Okay, I've got the vinegar over there. Start grabbing all the other things of liquid here. Oh, that sucks, dude. Alright, so let's see. Distilled water. Distilled water, okay. I've got several gallons of this stuff. Oh, look, another thing of vinegar. I think my plan was to take a bunch of shit and submerge it in vinegar for cleaning purposes as well. Which 7, 8 bottles of this shit. Pretty sure I have more somewhere. Oh yeah, here's more. And then, out of nowhere, I just have a gallon of drinking water. Like, I'm trying to think why I ever bought this from the store. I've got filters and stuff, so I don't need to buy drinking water, but I must have grabbed it by accident at some point. Oh, man. refill of bug chemical stuff. Probably want to keep that separate from the waters and vinegars. Oh, man. Move the transmission back. I also just realized, yeah, engine hoist is back behind the TV, but I'm now trying to remember where the actual, like I had one of those special things that bolted onto the cylinder head, and then it had like this little crank where you could crank it forward and backwards to essentially find the center of gravity to take whatever you're holding and angle it down or whatever. Like, the angling part is not going to be as bad. It's just, yeah, as long as I can keep it level, it'll be good because of the modifications I made to the frame. Because now I have a removable bar for the front. So you take that bar out, you essentially have a straight shot to just put the engine in. You don't have to lift the engine up and over the little hook that, over the hood catch release, right? Because that's now completely gone. That also does mean when I put the hood back on the car, we do need to modify the hood and actually put the hood pins in. So, my first test drive of this car is going to be without a hood. So that'll be an interesting drive around town to make sure I can do that. Probably going to get stopped by local police. They're going to be like, what are you doing? Where'd I put my drink? There it is. Oh man. I just remembered, previous owners, they have this Rubbermaid fast track material along the upper walls, and I think there's some things that clip into it that essentially you can hang a bicycle from. And that would definitely help me get the bicycle off the ground. I was wondering where this tape went. Using this green tape on my what is it called? I was using that green tape on my microphone. Oh, nope. Don't need the door open yet. I was using the green tape on the microphone arm downstairs to make it green screen. But I have a second one, and I'm thinking about taking the second one and painting it. Oh no. Well, English Jen, the thing is that because this engine is completely fresh, my plan is I need to drive it to do a proper break-in. And after watching all the videos on break-ins, essentially, from what I'm told, you essentially need to be driving it at 100% throttle without getting into boost. So essentially, let me actually rephrase. You drive so you're making 0 PSI, okay? So you're accelerating as hard as a naturally aspirated car can, okay? And then you need to get it into as much vacuum as possible. So essentially, you're either accelerating or you're slowing down. And what that is supposed to do is you're either putting a lot of pressure on the rings, or you're creating a vacuum that helps kind of suck everything and pull everything tight. And the problem is, if I go one direction, I'm hitting gravel and I'm going uphill, so I don't get the vacuum. The other way is into town, and it's like, you know. I think what I'm going to do, though, is when I get everything together, because like right now the car still has stock exhaust on it. So the stock, like, 1.25" exhaust tubing. Like, it's not that big. And my plan is I'm going to use that at least during the break-in period, so the car is still technically quiet, right? Like, you're not hearing a bunch of turbo sounds and everything. After I do the break-in procedure, change the oil, then go back underneath the car, pull the stock exhaust off, put the 3-inch exhaust on, and then it'll be a completely different animal, because, yeah, like the 2560R turbo that I have right now, it was already fully spooled up by 3,000 RPM, right? And, like, people talk about turbo lag. The only time you ever had turbo lag is if you tried to, from 1,000 RPM, and you just, like, went directly into third gear and then floored it. You'd be like, brrr. But the moment it hit about 2,500, it just went, like, instantly, you're at atmospheric and you're getting boost after that. It spooled up so quickly. And that was with the stock exhaust. I can't imagine to see what it's going to be when you get the 3-inch exhaust on it. The other thing, too, is, again, because I had 2 motors, I do have essentially 2 exhaust manifolds here. And it's really making me wonder if I can take this stock exhaust heat shield and with using it, do something to try to, what's the word? Use that metal to make a heat shield that protects the brake and clutch cylinders. That's what I need to do. I have a brand new brake cylinder that we have to install because I started to melt the current one that's on the car. So there's definitely a heat issue between that manifold and the plastic next to it. So definitely something to fix. But again, this is the reason why I want to be learning how to do TIG welding. I have some metal sawhorses over there that I need to get to, but I've got all this cardboard in between me and it. I've also got a gas-powered pressure washer right here that I think it can do up to 3,000 PSI, which wait, where is it? My electric pressure washer does like, how much does this do? I think it only, what did you go up to? So it maxed out at 2030 PSI. I love how they're precise with that, 2030, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, it's been a very good pressure washer, but at the same time, I would love to get one that does 3,000 PSI, because then I could get one of those fancy cleaners for, like, cleaning off driveways. But now, talking about toe starting, the last couple days, I don't know what it is. It might have been because I loaded an old tune and I might be flooding the engine. But the last couple days, I've actually been getting my RX7 started by pushing it out the door and then rolling it down my driveway and starting it in second gear. So, yeah. I'm probably putting too much fuel into it, to be honest. I'm gonna have to double check, because I thought Megasquirt did fueling measurement using %, which when you tell it, like, if you have default RX7 injectors, and then you change the fuel injector and you put a larger fuel injector into it, with Megasquirt 1 and Megasquirt 2, if you didn't lower the values for your starting, you were over-fueling it, right? I thought with Megasquirt 3 you didn't have to do that, because it was part of the calculation. I don't remember now. I'm going to have to double check that. That might be what it is, because the cranking injector values I have on there are what Aaron Cake had on his website, which was for the default fuel injector. So it's making me wonder if maybe I'm flooding the engine. Good part with the Megasquirt, however, is because I have a Ford Mustang throttle position sensor, right? So I welded up a bracket and attached this bracket to the throttle body. So now, the stock RX7, so yeah, let me try to explain this. Volume 5. The RX7 throttle body looks like a triangle, okay? It's like a, how the frick do I do this? It's shaped like this, except upside down, right? The bottom throttle body, so it's three small circles. The bottom throttle body, that's your primary throttle body, and that feeds the primary ports. Pause music. And that's the part that the throttle cable's attached to, and it runs all the way through the throttle body. So the side that has the cable is there. The part that comes out the other side, it goes to a little kind of arm, and that arm, when you give it throttle, it raises a little L-shaped thing up, and that goes to a push-pull rod that goes down to that oil beatering pump. So essentially, if you're not idling, if you're driving the car, it essentially activates the oil beatering pump, so it actually squirts oil into the engine for lubrication. The entire thing was held on with just a little nut, right? So what I ended up doing was I took that nut off. I went to the store and I bought it's six-sided, but it's like this long, right? It's a threaded rod connector, I think is what it was. And I took it to my grandparents' house, put it in my grandfather's old drill press, and I took this six-sided extension, and half of it, I pressed a file up against it, and I essentially turned it into a cylinder, right? So I made the cylinder small enough to fit into a Mustang throttle position sensor. And that throttle position sensor has these two little groove things, and I cut a groove in the metal so it would fit in there, so when you twist it, it would turn the throttle position sensor and read that, right? The stock RX7 throttle position sensor was a plunger. And what happened was it only read the first 50% of your throttle. Like 0 was nothing, 0 was 0, but 100% was technically 50% throttle. After that, anything more, it actually came off the plunger, and any additional opening, it actually opened up the secondary butterflies for the secondary, what is it called? The secondary air runners. So yeah, because of that, the Mega Squirt could not see the full open and close of the throttle. And what would happen is that I went from 0 to 100% when I was only going to 50%, and it was causing the car to go, oh, you're opening the throttle really quickly, I need to inject a lot of fuel, and it would get like a pop or bang or just a really rich condition because it was injecting a lot of fuel because it thought that it was going to 100% throttle immediately. After I got that Mustang throttle body in, connected it to the, like I got all the proper connectors, so it was like Mustang throttle body to a Mazda connector to the ECU and everything like that. Yeah, now I see the full 0 to 100% swing of the throttle, and it's so nice. Like, you can be at like 70% throttle and quickly move to like 80% throttle, and depending on where you are in the RPM range, it will still inject the proper amount of fuel so you don't get a big lean spot or a big rich spot. It works so well. Having proper sensors like that is important, especially with trying to get, trying to get car to run better. I think the RX7 in stock form, like, they usually got like 20 miles per gallon or something like that. I'm getting closer to 28 with mine. But that's primarily because I have fuel injectors that were made in this decade, and I'm able to run called negative split, which is a really weird thing. In fact, here, hold on, let me go grab one of these. Grab this thing here. So, check this out. Well, let me first get all the spider webs out of this thing. So, this is a 13B rotor housing. Right? So, this is a rotor housing. And if you look over here, you have a leading spark plugs are essentially exposed in that. And you can see how the leading one is, like, or I'm sorry, trailing is really, really tiny. Leading is a little bit more exposed. Can run on leading only, right? Trailing is mostly there for emission and cruise kind of stuff. In fact, here, let me do this. When the rotor is in the actual housing, the rotor can be like that, right? And when the rotor's like that, that's your combustion chamber. This little thin thing that extends from top to bottom, right? That is a very long combustion chamber. And that's why they kind of put 2 spark plugs in there, so you can try to get a more complete burn over the entire thing. However, where the more modern ECUs comes into play, usually it goes off leading and then trailing afterwards. So it's like spark, 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 spark. And then as you get closer to atmospheric, they're just spark, spark together, right? With more modern ECUs, like the Mega Squirt and the stuff like that, you can actually reverse it. You can actually have spark, spark. Like, you can have the trailing go off before the leading. And the weird side effect with that is, at least at low loads, at cruise, at idle, you can actually run a lot leaner. You don't have to run as much fuel. I think even the RX7, Mazda even at some points had the trailing plugs were igniting 45 degrees before the leading plugs, which is insane, right? 45 degrees. Now my car, I used to essentially have to run the car constantly, 13-to-1 air-fuel ratio, pretty damn rich. And would either have it, the stock trailing plugs firing after the leading plugs up until atmospheric, essentially full throttle, and then they would be firing at the same time, right? Doing some research, figured out how this whole negative yeah, trailing spark. You run negative trailing spark, and essentially what it does is that because it's now igniting slightly ahead, it effectively raises the perceived... Oh, I'm trying to remember what the description... Shit. Sorry, you know what it is? This thing, if I'm leaning along, the wire is bent and something breaks on it. Let me see if I can try to do that. I might have to get one of those little self-contained units that just sits on my shirt or something. I don't know. But yeah, the side effect is, instead of having to run the car at 13.5, 14 air-fuel ratio, you can run it leaner. You can run like at Schizometric 14.7. You can run it at 15. I think my car, I'm running it as lean as 16 to 1, which is kind of crazy. I would like to go leaner, but for me to do that safely, I need to start putting exhaust gas temperature sensors into each exhaust housing to measure temperatures. But what I'm at right now is safe, and already it's like my fuel mileage is much better. Plus, because you're able to do this at idle, the idle tends to be smoother and stuff too, because again, it's operating like it's a higher compression mode. Again, really weird stuff. Up until a few years ago, the whole negative timing for the trailing plugs was like unheard of. People hacked into the RX7 ECU and figured out what Mazda was doing. And then they were able to do it a little bit with Megasquirt 2, but they were limited to minus 20 degrees. Megasquirt 3, there is no limitation on it because of the changes in software. So, fun fact, the very first car that ran a Megasquirt 3 was actually a RX7. So, kind of an interesting thing. So I have an oil filter wrench here. What the hell is this? Oh, I know what this is, I think. Is this one of the dowel pins for the motor? Yes, no, maybe? No. Maybe not. Yes, it is. Okay. It's one of the dowel pins. These weird oil filter wrenches. I don't think I've really ever used one of these things. Ever. Like, if your oil filter is on so tight that you need a wrench like that, it was put on way too tight. Like, you take the oil filter, pour some oil into it, let the filter medium get soaked or whatever. Take a little bit of oil, spread it upon that gasket, put it on there, hand tight. That's all you need. Like, it shouldn't leak. You shouldn't have to go on there and wrench it down with the power of 1,000 suns. It does not need to be that tight at all. All right, let's see. What else? I've got this jug of water, which the bottom is completely, like it's already open. I don't know why that was out. Hopefully, hold on. Time. Pause music. Oh no, it's working. Test. Yeah, I'm seeing my voice on the thing, so hopefully it's still working for you guys. Oh my god. See, like this? This is the stock Miata Airbox. It's in years. I've got a proper high flow filter on it. I've got it set up where it's actually going, it's actually a cold, it pulls air from in front of the computer. I don't know. The only thing I'm really curious with this one is, though, is that it is technically a mass airflow sensor. It does make me wonder if I can take this sensor and do something with the RX7 with it. I don't know if that would be useful or not. I mean, the Megasquirt, it is a map-based system, so I think map is a more modern system. Just random Cat6 cables. Like, why are the Cat6 cables out in the garage? Oh, exactly why these are out in the garage. Because I was running a bunch of shit to the, oh, what is this thing called over here? Switch on my wall that I was using to distribute the LAN cable to everything. Let's see. I'm trying to just figure out what I want to do next. And again, my ankle's annoying me. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Got my ankle to pop again. This tractor. Let's see here. Trying this a little bit. So, given that it is August, I do need to start thinking again to wintertime. And one of those things is this. I do technically have a windshield wiper, but I don't have a wiper blade on it right now. Because for mowing the yard, it's not really a thing you need. I need to see if I can... Oh, in fact, hold on a minute. What size blade do I need to be looking for this tractor? I'm trying to avoid putting the edge facing down because this is... Oh, no, that's glass. Because usually the split halfway. I could probably do a 15-inch blade. Yeah. If I go 14-inch blade, I can get a little bit more to the side. Yeah, 14-inch might end up being proper size for that. So I need to be looking for a 14-inch blade for the tractor. That entire thing, it's all hand-operated, so it's mainly just to, when you're plowing, you use it to get whatever is directly in front of you off the windscreen. So you don't have to get out of the tractor and wipe the screen yourself. You can be in it, and because you're like in there with the radiator, you're actually getting the heat from the tractor in with you, so you can actually stay relatively warm. I am really curious about. Again, it's another thing I want to figure out what's going on. For some reason, when you turn the key on, it's not sending power through the stock system to power the fuel pump. And I essentially wired in a bypass that you plug in a separate thing and it runs the fuel pump separate, but that means that you have to unplug it when you're done mowing or whatever. And I would really like to figure that out too. Let me quickly take a look at that and see if, just double check and make sure there's not like just a stupid fuse, but that's bad. Actually, I'm going to go run downstairs real quick and grab my multimeter that I think is down there. Malcolm is no longer down here. Where is... There it is. Got my multimeter. This is another thing I really want to do more of, the telescope. I want to be able to take that outside during cool shit, connect a Raspberry Pi to it, and line the Raspberry Pi camera up to the thing so I can actually point it at planets and stuff. Trying to make sure I'm picking this thing up right. I would like to get one of those fancy telescopes that have like the motorized base and stuff, but they are a bit out of my price range. Time.
3:47.
So this thing, one day we'll probably rip it apart and rebuild its motor too, because I cannot seem to get that motor to start. See, all this freaking cardboard everywhere. All right, so there's only 2 wires going into the stock fuel pump thing. Let's pull the battery tender off. I have essentially a little trickle charger for the battery on this thing so it doesn't die when it's not being used. Oh, let's see here. Can you guys hear that? When it makes a connection, it beeps. Alright, so I essentially made this little bypass. It connects just directly to the battery, and when I plug it in, fuel pump is now running, and it's filled the thing up. That's it. So, the fuel pump operates like that right now. What I need to figure out is the stock wiring. Why, when I turn the key on, is that not getting power? And I think there's two fuses up here. In fact, so again, hear that beeping when it makes contact. So I'm just touch the metal bits of the fuses, and they're beeping on both of them. So the fuses are still good. So it's not the fuses. Let's see. Okay, I'm just making sure the camera can actually see me here. So that's the stock plug. The only reason why I went to this other plug, it's the same 3-prong design, but the ones that I have the prong on the upper part of this thing and the inner part of this, while this one is the opposite. So they don't plug together, and that's why I had to go to these other things. But if I can figure out what's wrong with this and repin it, it should work. I just now have to figure out why, when I turn the key on, this is not being powered. So we're going to jam that one in there, jam that one in here. And what should happen is when I send power to the key, it should, but it's not. Right now, I should be getting a tone, and we're not. So something is causing an issue here, and that's what I got to figure out. There's probably a stupid relay somewhere that is pinched, or a wire that broke, that once I figure this out, I'll be able to reconnect this thing properly, get rid of my bypass, and it will work. But right now, the tractor's technically on. It's just, it's not sending a signal to this. And that's just really weird to me. Okay, so let's try something different. I'm trying to remember how to do this now. Jam this one in the upper wire and touch ground. Touch positive. Not getting any tone in that. I'm going to go to the black wire. You would think the black wire would be the ground, but we're not getting anything. So that's kind of telling me that maybe the one wire's not grounded. I'm an idiot. If you're planning on using a multimeter, turn it on. That would greatly help in making sure shit works. Let's try that again. Because it might have been working, we just idiot. Okay, so no, the black wire is grounded. So our problem wire is literally this power wire. So now, let's see here now. Let's go to the power wire. Just double check. Nope. It's, what? It's connected to power. It's getting power. Hold on. If that's getting power, why is it now not getting power? What just happened there? Okay, maybe that's this issue. It's just gunked up with crap. Try this again. Power. It was beeping before, right? What happened? Oh, stupid damn thing. Interesting. It just might be that this thing's all gunked up. Wait, what? Both sides are connected to ground. So maybe that's the issue? Is they shouldn't both be connected to ground, should they? Okay, actually, bear with me one moment, guys. What happened to Red Mazda? I just moved it outside to get more room to work on in here. So, I was getting continuity from black wire to ground and white wire to ground. But I could have sworn I had gotten continuity once, going from white wire to positive. Because like right now the tractor is technically on, right? The relay should be closed, and it should be sending, you should have continuity to power. At least you should. Right? We can turn the tractor back off. Okay. I'm trying to, like, I had bought, oh, and I'm sorry, I'm walking away from the microphone now. I had bought another fuel pump because I thought the fuel pump was what was bad, and it turns out it ended up being the wiring. So, I don't remember where that fuel pump was. Can you guys hear me over here? Or is it bad? I'm trying to now remember where I put that other fuel pump. Meter voltage broke, both positive and negative wall pump is connected. Okay, give me a second. I'm not super good when it comes to electronics, so yeah. I'm trying to find the other fuel pump to see if I can just plug it in to see if it just works or not. I'm just trying to remember where I put it. mentioned it can show continuity but fail under load. Okay. I don't even remember buying this damn thing. Whatever. Completely random yellow power cord. I don't know. Alright, yeah, let's. Okay, so. Oh, now I gotta figure out how to do that. So, let's see. Voltage. Switch it to DC. It's an AC. Let me just double check the battery itself. Negative, positive. 12.9 volts. Okay. Let's go negative to black. Positive to white. And turn the key back on. Are we getting voltage? We're getting 12 volts. 12.1 volts. So we are getting power. I'm wondering if it was a problem exists between keyboard and chair issue. Where what would P-back be for mechanics? The issue is probably me. This is where the issue probably was. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can. I gotta go back downstairs and grab all my scribes and all the stuff to depin everything. So I will be right back, and I'm going to check and see if it will start the pump. Because it might have just been me being dumb. Oh wait, here we go. Got myself a scribe right here. Check for continuity with the pump. The pump, when I use the bypass, it operates absolutely fine. And the bypass is just, I have a wire going to the negative side, positive side of the battery, and it's just a direct from the battery to the pump, and it works fine. So, like I just turned it on just a moment ago just to check and see, and yeah, like right now, if I take this and plug it in, I can hear the pump, I can see the pump filling up the fuel filter, so that's working. I might have just done something stupid with the pinning. Okay, so I'm going to take that, turn it off. Okay, so that's now depinned. Okay, I'm not going to put it in the thing yet. I'm going to just plug it into, just make sure that, negative's negative, positive's positive. Because I'm now wondering, did I put it in backwards? No. That should, red is positive, black tends to be negative, right? Okay, so it's plugged into the old one now. Let's turn it on. And now it works. What the fuck? It's working now. So we now take the original plug and make sure we just plug it into the correct slots. I'm just now wondering if maybe I plugged it in incorrectly. So that goes in at the top. Like that. Okay. That goes in on that side. And plug in. Okay, now it's back to stock format. And it's working. I don't know. I don't know now. Whatever, fix the traffic, I don't know. I don't frickin' know. Now we gotta find my, I think it's, is it a size 10 metric? I think it's, oh, yeah, I'm buying the average. It's probably a 12 in, or let me get a few wrenches. Oh, whatever. If it works, it works. What's up, dude? Come on, give me a second. For some reason, my Chapman is not on the screen. Why? It's my Chapman. Bosh, what's up, dude? How you doing today, man? Nigma, what's up? Yeah, I had found that one of the fuses had blown like a month ago, and I'm wondering if maybe that fuse was tied to something else, but I don't know. Alright, so let's see here. Yep, that's it. Alright, so all I'm going to do right now, I'm going to get this fuel power bypass thing removed, because there's no need for that to be on there. I'm trying my damnedest not to let anything on the positive side touch the negative or the chassis. Off. Okay, so there's the positive bypass wire. That's the important one that needs to be unplugged. All this stuff. Get that together, please. Tighten that up. Yeah, it being a John Deere, of course I have to use Imperial tools, which I guess it's a good thing that the previous owner of my toolbox just had Imperial tools only, because everything I own is metric. But I have a set of Imperial tools now, I guess. Okay, there we go. Positive is back on. Let's see, cover. Wiggle it into position, please. Please go over the bits that can show it out. Please. Oh my god. Give me the scribe. Just need to pull a little bit of rubber around this bolt without touching anything around this. There we go. Okay, good. Now I've got a little rubber boot over. Okay. question again. Are you guys able to hear me just fine as I go through the room? Because right now, my microphone is sitting on the chair of the tractor, and I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Is there a circuit diagram for that wiring harness online by any chance? This was like a mid-90s John Deere tractor, so I have looked, but I haven't been able to find anything specific, to be honest. Yeah, it's still running. Like, I rebuilt the carburetor a couple months ago because something with that valve right there was not working properly. Alright, let's get the negative side undone. Take this bypass thing off. Yeah. I ended up making this bypass because I was mowing the yard and I hit like a little pothole and the tractor just stopped. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on, right? And I had just started mowing the yard, so the yard had like 2 strips of grass that was actually cut, and then everything else is still long. And I'm like, no, I have to mow the yard today. So I ended up building this essentially bypass to get power to the fuel pump to get the thing to run. And I've been using it for the last like 3 months. But again, it's making me wonder if I hit something and it caused something else to short out, then yeah. If it does it again, I have this, I can put it back on. I'm not super worried about that. But that will help narrow down what is causing this. And I'm wondering here. Because the way this wire goes, it bends like it's going that way. So that's like to the main control. So I'm really curious with that. Again, it's making me think that it's going to relays. And also, I apologize if anyone's saying anything right now. I can't really see it. Why am I up at this ungodly hour? This is what happens when the Veterans Administration decides to change my medication. Because they've got me on all this pain meds, right? And when I start taking said pain meds, it absolutely wrecks my sleep pattern. Like, my sleep pattern is all over the place. I had to drop as being one of the main members of my static because of how bad it screws up my sleep. So I'm now a fill-in for my static instead of being one of the main members. And it sucks because I was really looking forward to this set of raids and shit for Final Fantasy XIV. But yeah, still running. Cool. Awesome. So my fuel pump is fixed now. Give lawnmower a mohawk style. Time. Time.
4:13.
I don't know why is voice stack not hearing me now. It's not 1 in the morning. It's like 4 in the morning. I've only been streaming for the last, like, 5 hours. I'll get this reconnected. And again, guys, I apologize. This wire that goes to this microphone. Oh, it did. I didn't, for some reason, I didn't hear that. Okay, cool. So we got that. Next, I need... How does that connect? Oh, that's how. Okay. Easy enough. So for this, I probably do need the 10. It is a 10, but I do not want the regular wrench. I want the little ratchet. Yeah, I'm in Central Time, so Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I can say. It's just, my sleep pattern's messed up. I had an injection on my ankle on Thursday, and took a couple days, but it's definitely better than what it was. Like, it was just a ton of pressure, but where is the size 10 ratchet? Huh. It's always a size 10 that's missing, right? Always. Whatever, I'll do it with the manual wrench. I thought again, that's one of the reasons why I got the toolbox. I just haven't actually gone through all that huge clusterfuck of tools and actually sorted out what I need. All right, but now we get to take this entire cluster of crap, take it, tuck it in, and we get to actually make the tractor look proper again. Ugh. So this fits right there. That wire is tucked underneath there. And this bolt goes right back there. Cool, so now my tractor looks nice again. It doesn't look like a Mad Max tractor. Cool. Now the only catch is it's a little bit harder to check the fuel pump. Still working. Yeah, tractor runs. That was the thing, is that if the fuel pump didn't run, the tractor wouldn't even start. Cool. Well, there's that. And now I got to figure out how this battery tender cable, how it routes so it doesn't get pinched. How did my grandfather have this thing? To do this proper, it makes me want to drill a hole right here, run this through it, and put a grommet on that so it's not actually in any pinch areas. Because my grandfather for years just had this like right there, And it was like right here at this pinch spot, which I'm not a huge fan of. Because if I have it go below this arm thing, then it would be absolutely clear. And this is like a framed piece. Like that doesn't move ever. This is removable. Right there, and that would be above this little sill. Only goes down about an inch here. And that way this would just hang out here. It would be clear of all the other stuff, and then when I'm done, it plugs in. But again, I'll have to figure that out at some point. It looked baller as a Mad Max tractor, right? So the weird thing with this tractor, of course, you can see the number. It's a John Deere 322. My grandfather bought it new in the 90s. And I came up here to Minnesota to visit him from North Carolina in 94 or 95. I don't remember what it was now. I think it might have been 95. I think it was between 8th and 9th grade for summertime. Came up here for summer. And my grandfather had just bought this thing. And it has one of these seats that you have to sit in the seat, because if you stand up, a plunger's release and the mower stops, right? Well, as you clearly saw, I started the mower without sitting in the seat. This thing still has the bypass my grandfather made to let, what was it? 14-year-old me drive the damn thing and not have the mower stop. And I crashed it into a ditch. And then here I am years later. I moved to Minnesota, and it had been her tractor for years, right? She decided that she wanted to essentially all of her extra vehicles. So she's got my grandfather's old tractor, or my grandfather's tractor, her mower, and my grandfather's side-by-side or something like that. She decided that she wanted all those to all be diesel, right? So she ended up buying a new tractor about this size but runs on diesel. This one runs on gasoline. So I got this when she moved up here, along with the snowblower attachment and, of course, the mower attachment that's on there. And yeah, other than this fuel pump issue, it's been absolutely amazing. Nice tractor. I mean, there are a couple little things that I still want to figure out. I cannot get the hood to stay latched, right? It's supposed to, let's see if I can do this now. It's supposed to go down, and then it's like a pressure thing, and now it is supposed to stay, but I think there's enough flex in the body where every now and then it'll just pop up. So that'll be one of those things that one day I need to figure out. But yeah, there we go. Tractor's fully working again, that's good. Take this battery tender thing and plug it in. And that it's a trickle charger essentially. So it keeps the battery topped up in between when I mow. Found a wiring diagram switch. So the other weird thing about these tractors is that, pause music, the engine is not connected to the wheels. Okay? And what I mean by that is that the way this tractor works, it is essentially a motor connected to a hydraulic pump. And that's it, right? That hydraulic pump then goes to everything else. So the wheels are operated by hydraulics. The steering is operated by hydraulics, right? It's such a weird thing. It's essentially a motor attached to a hydraulic pump, and then when you use this thing here, I think they call it a hydrostatic transmission. You take it, and when you slide it forward and backwards, you're open. Same thing with steering. Like the steering, there is something going down to a box, but you've got what is it called? You got the hydraulic assist. So, like, you're never having to fight the wheels. Like, the hydraulics are doing all the stuff for you. Yeah. Now, again, this will be something that we possibly do in the future. This tractor did not come with the cab. My grandfather bought this cab for it years afterwards. But essentially, the cab is really, really useful in wintertime. It's got a set of doors. It's got a thing that encloses the front end and everything like that. And if you look right here, this is like a screen mesh, right? That's where the radiator heat comes out of, right? So there is a radiator right here, and then it takes air that's in the engine bay and sucks it through the radiator, and that essentially cools the tractor. So it is still water cooled. But because of that way of the air flowing, is that when you put all the covers on everything, you're essentially in a little warm bubble during wintertime, which is amazing. And in fact, you can actually see it here. This is the hydraulic cylinder connected to the steering rack. Like, that's literally it. When you turn this steering wheel, that's the hydraulic cylinder that you're operating forward and back to steer it. It's super nice little tractor. And given that it was, a 90s model, there's nothing wrong with it. It works so good. And again, understand, these ones, as long as you change the oil and everything, they last frickin' forever. So the only thing that I've had an issue with, and again, both of these are a me problem, not an it problem, is I once left it not connected to the trickle charger, and the battery died. So I do have a new battery in there, but since then I've also remembered when I'm done with it. The other problem that again, it's a me problem, not an it problem, is the mower deck, the belt that goes to all three of the blades. The spring that kept the tension on the how long does it take to go flat? When you don't have it plugged in and you don't use it for about 5 months, it dies. Essentially what is last summer was super dry. I mowed 3 times the entire summertime, right? And I put the tractor away. In my mind, it was like, oh, I'll be mowing in 2 weeks. No, never had to, I mowed 3 times total last year. And we had a very mild winter. We didn't have snow until December that year. So there was a 5-month period where it just did not get used. And when I went to go plow the snow, it wouldn't start. So that was an issue. So yeah, I had to get a new battery because of that. But other than that, yeah, it's been frickin' fine. Next time, however, I might pull it in forward instead of backwards. Actually, I take that back. Nah, backwards is usually best because when I get the snowblower attachment on the front of it, I want to go out the door and immediately start snowblowing. Oh no, the problem was literally it wasn't used for 5 months. The problem, yeah, that was the problem. It was nothing wrong with the tractor. It was just I didn't use it. I mean, my Miata, I haven't driven the Miata in like 2 years, right? So when I went to check the battery on it too, that battery is gone. That battery's useless. So I got to get a new battery for it as well. That's going to bug the shit out of me with no light here. All right, scribe right there. Inches right there. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to throw that on for now. All right, cool. So we got the tractor fuel pump up and running again. That's good. Whole bunch of random zip ties that I was using for something earlier. Oh, man. And then, let's see here. So my little bypass wire piece, I'm just going to take it, set it off to the side, in case I need to use it later for if something on that wiring goes bad again. All right. Give me a second. I need to make a note here. Need to leave myself a message on Discord. One moment. Miata, gearbox, seal, tail seal, question mark? I don't know. I need to get, so there's a small seal at the end of the transmission where the drive shaft plugs into. I just realized I don't have a new one of those. And I also need to get the one on the front side of the transmission because I want to do that before I put all that together. Right? So, yeah. All right. Next. This little tray is disgusting. Like, it's completely rusted out the bottom, too. The only reason why I'm kind of wanting to keep it is if I can get a piece of metal and form a new one. But the one that I made that's in the actual air conditioner, because all it is a little drip tray that moisture in the house, as it goes to the condenser coils, it condensates, drips down, and drains into a hole in the floor, right? This is just so rusted to shit. Like there, just half of it fell apart. The crazy thing is that if I went to buy one of those, that's like a $120 part. I literally made a replacement out of some aluminum roof flashing. It works fine. Like I was really worried at first, but I thought it was going to leak or something, but it's been absolutely fine for the last 2 years. All right. Tube right up here. This entire wall does not have any outlets on it. The closest outlet to here is literally in that back corner, because from the floor to about right there is concrete, because I've got a hill behind this wall. So, where is the... There it is. Okay. This thing has a tripod. I want to try to get it on the tripod again. I just saw it. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah. This is one of the reasons why I like being able to make my own shit. Oh, and there's that other piece I was looking for. I found the thing that allows me to change the center of gravity on the engine and transmission, so at least there's that too. All right, cool. So I've got the tripod. And this will lock into it. So there's that. Cool. Where did I put that yellow popper cable? There it is. So this, oh man, camera 2. So let me quickly talk about something dumb here. I absolutely hate cables being coiled around like this. There's a couple different, because see, now it's in a frickin' knot. This thing's brand new, never been used. This is how it came out of its container. It's already frickin' in a knot. Okay, cool. So there's now it's undone. So a couple things that I've learned, however. Trying to blind chat. Yeah, right? So, let me see if I can do this proper, right? There's a couple different things you can do. I've heard, because of, I saw this on some kind of boating channel, but if you take your cable and you, because like, okay, taking the cable or rope and wrapping it like this, that's bad, okay? You're just going around in a circle. That's bad. If you do, let's see if I can do this now. Around the back, around the back, around the back, around the back. Yeah. So if you wind it like this, where essentially you're creating this X, every layer of the cable and or rope is on top of each other. So when you take it and you, for example, you throw the rope, it can't bind to each other as it goes out. That was my understanding. Now, again, this is a me personal thing. When it comes to power cables, this is how I do my power cables. I take the plug ends, and see, look at that. It's brand new, already bent. That sucks. You take the two ends, plug them together, right? Have it unhooked from shit. I said unhooked from shit. There we go. So you have your two ends, plug them together, hold them like this, flip it over, and then reach through, essentially pulling it into a loop, right? And then this is where the weird thing is. You're essentially weaving your cable. So you take it, pull it up, reach through, and pull it through, right? And you do that over and over. Until you end up with something that looks like this. And the last bit is you pull the last loop all the way through. And you end up with something that looks like a horrible knot. I probably should have gone one more, to be honest. Hold on. So you end up with something that looks like a horrible mess, right? Now, this, if you unplug this, you will create one of the worst knots ever, okay? What you want to do is take this, and you usually take the thing and you hang it like this, right? With the plugs at the bottom. When you're ready to use it again, you take it. You take that little loop that you're hanging it from, and you undo it once. Okay? And then you grab that loop, put your hand right below it, and pull. And you essentially unravel the weave you made, just like you're unraveling the weave on a shirt. And now you have your cable, no knots in it, and it doesn't have any weird twists in it where it's trying to go back, because when you did the weave, it kept that kind of bend, like it didn't twist the cables, right? But yeah, that's something that I was taught by my carpentry teacher in high school. And to this day, I've always done that. If you've got decent sized air hoses, you can do it with air hoses as well. But it makes it so you can take it and, like, you hang it up, it stays just like that. It won't knot up as long as somebody else doesn't come along and unplug that bit. So, but yeah, that's what I've always done. You just take it and hang it from something like this. It just stays there. Camera 1. So there, now it's hung up. It's not going anywhere. What next? What next little project? Oh, man. So, right now I've got a bunch of shit here. I do want to pull my RX7 back in at some point, but I need to figure out places for a lot of this other stuff. Let's see here. The snowblower attachment. When I originally got it, it came with these little metal pieces. So where I put that, there. This goes in there. Right. All right, so I think I got 2 RX7 starters there. These are just tie-down straps that are just dirty as shit because it's got tree cobwebs and crap on them. These things are scattered all over too. I need to collect all of my tie-downs again. Off me. So this is just extra conduit to run electrical lines in through. This is the stuff that I got this when I installed the garage heater. It's just extra conduit. So when I run more cable, I can use that. That was a pain in the ass to actually push the cable. I think next time I'll get larger conduit because that was a mistake. Oh my God. So this is again one of these things that I don't know why I kept this shit. I bought this thing when I was in Japan. I bought it because I was told the Japanese houses there, they want you to keep the outside clean. So I was like, okay, I'm going to buy myself a water hose and a spray down thing, because apparently with all the hurricanes and shit that they get, you know, it'll get crap stuck to them. You just need to rinse it off, right? And I arrived to Okinawa the day before a Category 5 super typhoon hit the island. That was like, hello, welcome to the island. Huge storm hits. It was pretty bad. But yeah, I bought that thing and I never used it. Oh my God. And then my current water hose, I've got quick release ends on it. So I can just go up to the thing and boom. Is that a sandblaster? Yeah, it is. Sandblaster. That's probably the next little project I need to work on, because that black box next to it is not for a sandblaster. And I need to figure, what is that box? Yeah, I'm trying to make a conduit so I can actually get back here. So this is something that I made, that it is a, what do you call this? A dust deputy. So let me get this thing apart to kind of show you guys if I can. Of course, me always hurting. I need to get a screwdriver. Hold on. Screwdriver. I need a flathead screwdriver that I don't really care about. This thing looks like it's been grinded on, so it'll work. Oh, give me the red chair. Now, I'm pretty sure that over time, this lid will loosen up a little bit, but right now, it is really on there. So, damn it. This thing is really on here. Holy shit. I'm going to end up hurting myself doing this, so just when you hear me scream, camera 2. I'm using my legs to hold the bucket down and trying to get this thing to unlatch. There it goes. Holy shit. Right? It's like everything I do now, you got to get ready to call the ambulance. All right. Camera 1. So this dust deputy thing, it literally is, you buy it, and then they tell you go and buy a 5-gallon bucket, right? So you take it, you cut a hole in the top of the 5-gallon bucket. This dust deputy thing bolts onto it, as you can see. It's got a little gasket, so it's nice and tight, right? And it's kind of hard to see in there. Whoa, shit. Hold on. You guys just fell into the grate down below. All right, let's do that again. If you look inside there, there is the kind of opening, right? And there is like a small wall right there. You can kind of see my finger through the plastic, right? So what happens is air gets sucked in here. It goes in and immediately takes a 90-degree turn. I take that back. No. It goes in. You can see the wall right there. And the air goes in a tornado. And the entire purpose of this is that the super lightweight dust stays suspended in this thing, while the really heavy stuff, the media, the big chunks of dirt, it gets thrown to the side. And when it gets thrown to the side, it hits the side, it slows down, it stops, and it falls down into the barrel below, okay? The barrel, I can then filter through it, get the nasty stuff out, get back to just the media, and then continue to reuse the media. But that also keeps the media and the nasty big shit from going into the actual vacuum. So then only the really super fine dust gets put into the vacuum. At least that's what it's supposed to do. So let's now see if I can figure out how to connect all this stuff. Because previously, well, not even previously, even right now, it's a clusterfuck of tubes here. I need to properly redo this stuff. Like this is just an outlet. I need to... Oh God, hear that. Gas strut for an RX7. Again, don't know why I kept this. This should be in the trash. This one's bad. And Dietrich, thank you very much for that, dude. Appreciate that. These gas struts, this old Tony on YouTube has a really good video on how gas struts are able to essentially create the same amount of spring force throughout its entire travel. Really cool video of him essentially cut one in half, and he also made like a little demo explaining how and why they work the way they do. Really cool video. All right, this is a clusterfuck. Universal tool adapter. What the frack is that thing? Oh yeah, I made, this is entirely 3D printed. This is what I made to filter media out and get the trash out of it. Right? This is entirely 3D printed. And as you can kind of see, it has a bunch of little holes in it. And you scoop the media and shake it, and it gets the big nasty crap out, and you throw that in the trash can, and the media just falls through it. Works so well. Let's see here. Oh God. This box should never have been beside the blast cabinet ever. Because this box is the box that went to my valve index. That is now a very dirty box. It is contaminated with a bunch of media. Set that down there, please. Holy shit. Let me quickly check inside, and no. Okay, good. There wasn't anything. No, it's just the box. There's no important electronic stuff in there. Because up until a couple months ago, I was actively using my index downstairs. So, yeah. All right. Take the electric chainsaw. Make sure that that is fully on there. And that's going to go right there, out of the way. Oh yeah, this is another thing I need to figure out, is I have a few license plates, and I've got to figure out some way to like hang them from the wall. Just a few license plates. I've got my old Utah plates for both my cars, which the cool part is, like, when I got these, my car numbers were like one off, right? What do you mean no crime here? There is no crime here. My old North Carolina license plate. Oh, North Carolina first in flight stuff. Old Minnesota plate. My old trailer plate. Holy shit. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of different license plates here. I thought I had more than just this, though. Because my uncle had given me a whole bunch, and now I'm wondering where those are. Huh. Where are the ones that my uncle gave me? Because those are just my old ones. My uncle gave me a whole bunch of, like, really weird license plates. Absolutely no reason to have a bunch of plates in a random pile? No, not really. I mean, especially if you're in the military in the U.S., if you're moving around, yeah, you're going to collect a bunch of license plates. What is this? Ah, yeah. So those are the hood pins for my Miata hood. So these are arrow catch. Pull one of these things out. So these are what's going to be on the hood, and they look like this, right? So you push this in, that pops up, and then that unlatches it, right? So you can see the pin going through, and when you close that, that's what holds the hood down, and then that goes in until it snaps, and then it's completely flush, right? You can see where the pin is. So, yeah, arrow catch hood pins. Super nice. So I'll have to cut holes in the hood of the car and position those, because there's only 2 spots where they can really go. So that'll be a interesting bit. Talking about holes in the hood. Now I have a problem. Okay, I was like, wait, where did I put the box for these things? I've already cut holes in my hood before, which, let's talk about that real quick. Sounds stressful? Oh, yeah. Cutting holes in the hood of your car is super stressful. So here's the Miata hood. Thank God it's made out of aluminum. I'm sorry, aluminium. But you can very clearly see that there are some things on this hood that Miatas normally don't have, right? These vents that I have in my hood are positioned at the point where is the greatest air pressure difference on the inside and the outside of the car, okay? So flying Miata years ago essentially took an air pressure sensor and they ran tape down the hood, right? And they made 6-inch by 6-inch grid, right? And they put the sensor, essentially it was a tube with water in it, and they got an air pressure difference, but they put one end of the tube here, one end of the tube on the opposite side, and then they drove the car, right? And then they look at the sensor and see how much air pressure difference in which way the inches of water flowed or whatever. And they found, like, right here where I have these holes now had the greatest air pressure difference. I think it was like 1.75 psi. Like, I mean, if you think about that, that's a bit of pressure, right? So when I did this, I was like, okay, I'm going to place these vents there. Do you guys know what these vents are from? These vents, if you look at this very carefully. Okay. Are the same vents that are on the front part of the bumper in mute. Is my cable being a piece of shit again? This cable's being shit. Not muted, but keep cutting out. Yeah, again, this cable is made for standing on a stage and talking to a crowd. It's not made for crawling around a garage. It's getting bad for cutouts. Frack. Well, I try to stop moving here. This vent is from a Subaru WRX. Either 2010 through 2012. And if you look at the front bumper, this is in front of the front wheel, and it's used for channeling, it's used for sucking air out of the front bumper area, right? These vents, there is enough air pressure difference from the outside of the car to the inside of the car. I had an oil leak on the top of the engine, and it got sucked forward and then sucked out that hole until I had little splatters on my windshield. That's how much pressure differential it had. These vents essentially allowed me to drive through Death Valley in the summer with the air conditioner on, and the car would not overheat. It was amazing. Super nice. Okay. I'm now really hoping that that stand holds that thing up, because I just realized I don't know how I'm going to get the hood back where I had it, because all this cardboard fell over now. I'm guessing it's still cutting out as I'm doing this. Not at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I probably need to get another replacement cable for it. I wish that some company made like a heavy duty kind of thing. It's making me wonder if when this cable does go to total shit, I'm going to take it apart and replace the actual cable with like super beefy wire. So like it has to be hit like a nuclear weapon for it to be damaged, but I don't know. Whatever. All right, set you over there. Yeah. I'm going to remove it from my person so me moving around doesn't affect it. Or at least that's the plan. We'll see. All right, let's see what we have over here. What is in this box? In this box is a bunch of media that there is some foam rubber that probably seal something up. Tape. And I have random TIG welding cups. So that is going to go over to TIG. This. I think this is actually the tiny belt kit that Farm Miata sent out. Yes, it is. Sweet. So this is all the new stuff. I'm going to be mounting on the engine. That's good. Yeah, they have this really nice kit, but it comes inside this shroud that makes it look like some generic thing you get at like an Oldsmobile dealership. Alright, so that's going to go here. We'll start using that soon. See, I've got this other water hose I need to figure out what I'm going to do with it. I don't have the quick release ends on it yet, though. Awesome. What's going on so fast? There. Alright. I do have a bunch of brand new lens protectors, but they're covered in media. So that I'll use that in the future once I clean them off. There's media freaking everywhere. And again, this is one of these things that it's from my time in the military. I see all this media and I'm like, this shit's contaminated. Alright, so this thing that I'm holding in my hands right now is the RX7's original radiator. Not radiator, what am I talking about? It's the RX7's original alternator, which completely fried, bad, and of course, because I like taking things apart, I jammed this punch into it and broke part of the casting. But that's another thing that we got to do at some point is we need to fit a new radiator on that car. Not radiator, alternator. Bleh. Keep saying radiator. Radiator on the RX7 is fine. Radiator I have on the car now is way oversized for it. The alternator, however, the stock alternator on a Series 4 RX7, if I remember correctly, is 70 amp? I think it's 70 amp. Which, that's not much. Apparently, and like I have to deal with this right now. Because even the one that's on the car right now is a 70 amp. Even if you're like running a radio, not quite enough to properly power the radio, right? The biggest issue that I have currently in that car is that because I'm not able to generate a proper amount of power, I can't have my tuning laptop charge using a power inverter, right? So, given that that one's a 70 amp, there is a really common upgrade for both RX7 owners and a bunch of Ford, Mustang, and whatever owners. And this mod is going from that 70 amp alternator to this 120 amp Ford Taurus alternator. Right? So this is a Ford Taurus alternator. It's a completely different wiring configuration. And it has a completely different mounting solution too. The catch with this, and the reason why I haven't put it on yet, is that because of its mounting or the wiring, like I've got some of the wires connected. I still got to run a wire from this to where it needs to go, and I need to connect that wire to something. But the hard part is going to be actually mounting this to the vehicle, because you can see how the mounting on one is slightly different than the other, right? This one has like these two prongs. This one has a solid thing. So I'm going to have to weld something up and essentially make an adapter that goes from this to the other deal. And yeah, the other thing is that I've seen what a lot of people do with this is that they just connect this in to where those two things were at the bottom. So it uses a really short bolt and they connect at one point. And then this upper area, that's the bit that they have on the adjuster where they're adjusted up and down for tension, right? And they end up doing something where with this side they grind something away so it fits right. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, I don't want to do that, because if the alternator goes bad, for me to put a new alternator on it, I have to make all these other modifications to the alternator to get it to work. So what I want to do is I want to use the stock mounting end and make some kind of conversion thing to get it to mount to the actual RX7 mount. So it's going to be, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I might have it go through and use like these cavities here to pinch it and hold it tight so it doesn't move or something. I'm not entirely sure yet. But maybe the design of it will keep that shape so it doesn't move or something. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, this one will be more than enough. Apparently the 70 amp alternator is just not enough for that car, even in stock form. It wasn't enough. The car used too much power. I think even the third generation RX7s are like a 110 amp or something. And that's actually one of the common upgrades, people using the third generation RX7 alternator on the second gen RX7. But that's also where that year range of the Ford Taurus just has a 120 amp. So people figure out the wiring for it, run the new wires, and now they have a 120 amp alternator that is super cheap to replace, relatively speaking, compared to other ones. And you might have also, I don't know if you guys noticed that. Hold on. It has a dual pulley belt on it. So I'm able to run two belts, so I don't have to crank the alternator super tight so it doesn't wear the engine out. any extra. That's a big problem on rotaries too. Literally have a bunch of people that, because the alternator is trying to charge the car and it's struggling, the resistance it puts out causes the pulley slips, and then it doesn't make, it's not charging, it's burning the belt, all that kind of crap. Yeah, it ends up being a problem. So running dual belts, you essentially get double the grip from the belt, and it doesn't require you to just crank down super, super tight. With the rotary engine, because you have the eccentric shaft, well, everything's pulling this way. If you have everything pulling that way, your bearings start to have problems. And running those dual belts tends to relieve a lot of the issue. It lets oil actually stay between the bearings and everything stays lubricated, instead of having your alternator have a death grip trying to pull it to one side constantly. Alright, so at this point, I am going to be running the vacuum. Do you guys want me to keep the microphone open while I do this, or I don't know what you guys would like to see? Or hear, I should say. Let's see. That'll be able to go onto that. This will go on to the actual thing. Skittles, yeah, that's the catch though, is with most RX7s, a lot of them are modified aftermarket, so you're running big electrical systems that fire the spark plugs. There's a lot of people that are running, because like my car right now has a fan that's connected to the actual crankshaft, and has just that one of those thermo sensors that it thickens up, and when it gets to speed, it will just spin with the engine. A lot of modified RX7s, they completely get rid of that, and instead, again, it's so weird, Ford Taurus fans, they get a 2-speed Ford Taurus fan of a certain year, that apparently that fan and the shroud are like the exact size that meets, like it's the exact size that fits on an RX7 radio. Like, it's so weird that that car has like 2 different things that the RX7 can use. But, yeah. But I plan on going to an electric fan in the future. Probably a Taurus fan. All that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Plus, I would really like to have a radio in my car. I have not had a radio in that car for a while. And the one time that I did have a radio in the car, it was some really crappy radio, and it wouldn't turn off. So what was happening is that I would be driving, like, I drove my car, I got to the doctor's office, I turned the key off, and the radio wouldn't boot off. And I'm like, what? Like, I was almost late, right? Because I'm in my car trying to figure out why my radio won't turn off, because it had the big giant screen that was bright blue. Like, anybody looking in would see this thing just on. And it's like, this is just a big bullseye for someone to steal my damn radio. But turns out that radio's shit. So, disconnected the room fuse, powered everything off. That kind of sucked. But, yeah, that radio ended up just being a piece of shit because it would be running and then it would just freeze. Like, the software in it was just badly written. Like, when your radio software blue screens essentially hit, stupid. So, I want to get a different radio with some, I don't know. Again, I haven't really looked into it. I would like to get one that is able to have an HDMI input. And the reason why that I want an HDMI input is that I already have a Raspberry Pi 5 that is running a copy of Tuner Studio, which Tuner Studio is the software that I use to tune my car. So, I can have that output on an HDMI signal, and if it can output and do the touchscreen together, that would be amazing, because then I could do the Raspberry Pi with touchscreen and do all the tuning stuff on it, and or do a dashboard display, and then just have the gauges that I absolutely need, or what was it that they had in Fast and Furious? Danger to manifold flash up if something bad happens. I mean, you can create your own whatever, but you can do stupid shit like that if you wanted to. Alright, again guys, I apologize, I'm about to run the vacuum. We'll have to mess with audio stuff in the future, figure out a way for me to do sounds and have it possibly crank the volume down drastically when loud things play. So, as an example of this. Alright, cool. So that vacuum hose will plug into the top, no problem. That's good. The side one, the one that I plan on connecting to the side of that, that one I think we'll have to use one of the silicone couplers over. All in one is nice. Yeah, well, okay, so like with that, the Raspberry Pi, I mean, it's essentially Linux, right? There's a certain configuration that I can do off the pins inside of it, where certain pins run to 12-volt power, another pin runs to ground, another pin runs to switch, right? And what it's supposed to do is, because it always has power, it always has ground, all that kind of thing, what it is supposed to do is that when you turn the vehicle on, that accessory power comes on. And it reads that, and it boots up. And at least with my Raspberry Pi 4, from power on to it displaying a dashboard was like 15 seconds, something like that, right? However, the way that Tuner Studio and because it's literally to install Tuner Studio, which is the program for tuning the car, the Raspberry Pi version of it, it has a whole bunch of software in it where, because it's connected to all these pins or whatever going out to the car, when you turn the car off, the accessory power drops off. It turns off, right? Well, it still has power and ground, so it's still running, right? So you can actually have it and program it where you turn the car off. The act of accessory turning off, it waits a few seconds and then goes, okay, yes, they did turn the car actually off, and then it shuts down the Raspberry Pi. Like, it actually does a proper shutdown procedure, right? And that kind of thing to me is really, really cool. The problem now is if I do the whole Raspberry Pi thing, I've looked into car PCs, right? And the car PCs, a lot of them use Raspberry Pi. It's getting the car PC software with its radio functions and its GPS functions to connect to my phone and for it to connect to Tuner Studio. Like, all that together, a little bit more difficult. And that's what I'm trying to, that's what I would like to figure out. Yeah, I don't know. This is again one of those things. Alright, let me see if I can try to really clean this thing up. I've got some alcohol here. Media is super, super nasty. Like, this gets everywhere. Like, Anakin was whining about sand. This shit's worse. This shit is much worse. But yeah, I would like to have a thing built into my car so I can tune the car, see important stuff. Like, if my water temperatures get too high, it flashes really bright or something. I don't know. It's just, yeah. Now, the other problem with this media blaster is this thing right here. I think this is just a generic connector. The problem is it's essentially open to the inside of the cabinet. And I'm not a huge fan of that. The reason why I'm not a huge fan of that is it picks up everything, right? And I know that sounds like a good thing, but it's picking up the good media in the air too, and I don't want that. What I want it to do is I want to essentially capture the really fine particles. Like, I don't want the media to actually be sucked out. I just want the rust residue that you're bead blasting off and crap like that to actually come off. So, what I'm thinking about doing is this piece, I'm going to take that one off, and what I plan to do is on the inside, I need to 3D print a new piece. And that 3D print will have essentially a series of baffles So for the media to get into it, it has to kind of snake its way through a thing. And for the really lightweight media, it won't be a problem, right? For the heavier stuff, the shape of the thing will cause the heavier stuff to slow down, get stuck at the bottom, and the 3D print designs actually have like a funnel, so it drains back in, right? Like it's supposed to do that really, really nicely. I just need to actually print that out. Alright, so let's see. So this right here is what remains of, what do you call this piece? This is what remains of the front support structure on the Miata. Like, all that was removed, and several pieces of it were cannibalized to make it nice and welded back into place. Alright, gotta use the vacuum again. Use inside. Now, whenever I do anything with this media cabinet, this is one of these things that this will probably be the last thing I do today, because when I'm done, the next thing I do is go into my house, strip, and take a shower. And all my clothes get thrown into the washing machine. Not a huge fan of messing around with media shit at all. Something else I just realized. Bolts that go through here have really tiny washers that you can lose very easily, like I just did right now. Awesome. And yeah, those are some really tiny bolts. How's Malcolm doing? He's been a little bit pissy because of the other cats, but he's been getting better. Alright, so the bit that I'm doing right now is that I have this piece of protective plastic glass thing. I'm going to completely remove it and see if I can fix it up properly. Because what it's supposed to do is that the entire thing is supposed to be like static free, so the shit doesn't stick to the thing, but it's not doing that. I don't know. The other problem is that I don't think the window was originally sealed properly, so because of that, I'm still getting media leakage. Like, you shouldn't have media coming out of it, because it should be essentially under a vacuum. And the fact that I'm still getting leakage everywhere tells me that there's some kind of problem. Usually when I'm using this cabinet, I've got my full face respirator on, because I don't want to breathe in any of the shit. When I was in the military, whenever you were using the bead blaster, you had to be in full Tyvek suit with a full face respirator, all this kind of shit. Even though you were there outside the blasting cabinet. Just one of the things we did. And I still do that. Got full face respirators. I put it actually. I was just using it the other day when it came. Next track. Next track. Next track. Time.
5:35.
Okay. There it goes. Okay. For a moment there, it wasn't playing in my headphones. It's making me wonder if the plastic screen is not discharging to the metal. That's why I'm getting a weird static thing. And why I can't see anything when I'm blasting, it's just sticking to the thing constantly. So let's see if we can figure that out. I might need to essentially run a grounding strap to it for all I know. A little stupid thing, but I have to do it. This will, once I get this off, and hopefully I'm not going to properly get this weird piece of plastic completely cleaned off the shit. And try to get those lenses over there cleaned off so I can apply a new one. So that we can check it on the inside. Yeah, there's still got a protective plastic on the inside of this thing, which that's a very static. Probably wasn't discharging properly. And I apologize. Every time that I'm coming around the corner, put these bolts down, I'm trying to reach at. Try to turn this screen. As far as it goes. Okay, that's kind of funny. These last 4 bolts along this side, the nuts are actually welded in because they're probably going, there's nobody with arms long enough to be able to actually reach those. So they made those 4 welded in, but the other ones actually have nuts you have to hold. I guess to save cost. That's kind of funny. Now that being said, I do have the thing to put inserts in. I'm wondering if I should just do that. Drill in actually put the proper insert so I don't have to chase this down. That's all fine. Did they weld it or is that what they did? No, they welded it. Oh, the real mechanic Malcolm? Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Now, annoyingly, because of my line of sight to my Bluetooth receiver downstairs, I have completely lost audio. So, if anyone is subbing or music playing, I sadly not hear right now. I really, really need to figure out some kind of Bluetooth repeater so I can hear my computer. Oh, which is kind of annoying. Last bolt. This is just removing it. I still got to put it back in later. Okay. So there is still a washer somewhere on the floor underneath this tractor that I dropped. So I will have to figure out that. But now take this plastic trim piece off. Okay. All right. Awesome. So there's that plastic piece. And I had a piece of protective plastic fall to the ground. So this is supposed to be the protective film on the outside, which still had protective film on it, which is like cloudy. Take that off that door. So this piece I'm going to have to completely clean off. This is the piece I believe that was holding a bunch of static things. I think that plastic was just removed. Get rid of that. This, however, yeah, that's glass. This is the one you gotta be careful with. Now this one is the one that on the inner part is what they actually place in the plastic sheets. Let's pull that off. I need to get a razor blade for that. Finish that off. So on the actual machine itself. So what is on the machine right now is essentially a really thin piece. Yeah, it's just a really thin piece of foam. And I am going to very carefully wipe that down with alcohol to get as much of that. Actually, no, I'm going to vacuum whatever I can first and then wipe down what remains. So, let's take care of that. So this should not have any media on it whatsoever. So, quick question here. Who here has a computer that is constantly full of dust? The reason why I ask that is if you want to set up your computer properly, your computer should have what is referred to as a positive pressure case. Okay? What that means is that you want your computer case to be slightly more pressurized than the air surrounding it. Okay? The reason why is that if you have a negative pressure case, where the pressure inside the case is slightly lower than the atmosphere around it, every single little gap in that computer case, the air will be trying to go from the outside into it. And when that happens, it is drawing all little dust particles in the air with it. Okay? If you find that you have a computer case that's constantly full of dust, it is usually because your exhaust fans are probably overpowering your intake fans. Alright? The way to fix this is you want to have a positive pressure case. I actually have what is called a manometer. It is literally a U-shaped piece of plastic with water in it and inches of pressure thing on it. And you take it, you stick some tubes in it, and you put one tube inside, one tube outside, and you're able to get the pressure, right? The general plan is you get a fan speed controller, all right? And you connect that fan speed controller to your exhaust fans. You have all your intake fans running at full speed, right? And then you take that exhaust fan, and if your exhaust and intake are balanced, right, you then start slowly turning down that exhaust speed so your intake fans start to pressurize the interior of the case, right? And that will... Because then, if your intake fans are then properly filtered, any of the air that goes into the intake fans will have a filter on it, right? And it won't be going through all little gaps wherever else in the case. And then that way the exhaust fans are only, and it doesn't have to be much. Like, it'd be the tiniest bit of pressure. You just have to have higher pressure inside the case than outside. That's all it is. It's an airflow thing. So many things, it's all down to pressure differential. But the reason why I bring that up is my media blaster here The reason why there's media everywhere is because it was positive pressure. Now, the inside of the media cabinet is full of dust. It's essentially the reverse of a computer case. You want a little bit of negative pressure in this so the dust stays inside the machine. You don't want positive pressure and it spewing all the shit everywhere. So one of the other things that I want to do is I actually have three manometers in this house. I have one manometer on my anti-radiation thing in my basement, which radon, something, I don't know, whatever. That hasn't changed its pressure in the 2 years that I've lived here, so that's absolutely fine. I have another manometer on my HVAC filter system, where I have one in front of the filter and one behind the filter to see what the air pressure is across it, and it lets me figure out when the filter is clogged and when to change it, right? The third manometer that I have is just sitting on my desk. Like, I haven't used it yet. I think I'm going to be installing it on this. That way I can attach the vacuum, have the vacuum do the vacuuming, but then open up a vent that allows it to balance the pressure just enough where you have slight negative pressure and not enough positive pressure to force media out of every little crevasse. That's why it's a huge mess over in this corner, is because the way one of these tools works is that it's connected to an air hose, and when you pull that trigger, pressurized air goes through it, and it creates a venturi, and it sucks media up into it, and that media comes out with that high-pressure air, and that's what essentially hits the material and whatever. Well, that air pressure is coming from somewhere, and it's pressurizing the entire interior, right? So that's why I've got this big old vacuum here, which the vacuum should be able to pull more air than that. I now just have to make a system to balance the pressure so it will not overwork the vacuum, but also not positive pressure the case where I've got media going out every single crevasse, right? And then hopefully that will keep this entire area just in general cleaner. I won't have to do what I'm doing right now. That's why there's just media shit everywhere. I'm just going through right now, making sure this foam seal is really clean. Because when I put that piece of glass back on it, I want it to seal properly. Super clean. Alright. Now, put that cap back on the alcohol. I need to go downstairs again because I have actually, no, I have a recently removed. One moment. Actually, hold on. No, I have a screen downstairs. I'll be right back, guys. My microphone's over there, so I can't talk to you guys. Okay, so I'm downstairs in my stream room right now, and the part that's really annoying to me and really sad is Malcolm is literally sitting on my desk right now. I can't pet him because I consider myself contaminated. This is like cancer-causing shit, and I don't want to get anything in his fur. So I will pet you later, buddy. I absolutely love you, but I can't do it right now. This is also one of the reasons why I usually do not let any of the animals out into the garage as much, because I do not want them to get sick with any of that shit. So, and I just got a little scraper here. I don't remember where the hell I got this one. It's old dirt. Slide into it. Okay, cool. So there's the blade. If you get that exact right angle, it takes everything off. So just kidding to do that. I leave any residue on the blade, it smears just like that. So. Close enough. Have I acquired more pets? No, but yes. There are, including There's now 4 cats and a dog in this house. You'll probably never see the dog. He's never allowed downstairs. But the other cats are super skittish, so you might see them in the background every now and then. But other than that, okay, I think I've gotten all the residue off of it now. So now, oh, here comes another issue part, is that the actual things here are dirty now. So now, protective film is covered in a layer of dust. Let's wipe that off. Exactly how super clean places. Best I can do with what I have right now. Nasty. Alright. So cardboard for now, I think. There we go. Don't do that. Shit. Double-sided sticky tape, the paper back is not going to come out properly. So the entire point of this piece that I'm holding in my hand right now is this is now on the inside, and this is essentially a sacrificial piece of plastic that it absorbs the brunt of the media that's bouncing around inside the thing, and it keeps the glass itself from being directly hit. So that's what it's for. So just going to center it down. I'm just working my way from one side to the other, making sure that the entire thing is stuck down so I don't have any wrinkles. Here, move vertical. Double-sided sticky tape. Cool. So I cleaned the inside face really, really well. Now I'm just going to do another wipe down on the outside face, make sure that it's completely clean. Because when I do bead blasting again, I really would like to put a camera at the top of it so you can actually see what I'm doing. That to me is an important part of trying to do these garage streams. You guys can still hear me, right? Making sure that we have this glass material that we can actually see through when we're bead blasting is important. Alright, so there's that piece. Now I have that protective piece to the outside, which I now don't remember where I put. That's always a good thing, right? Where did I put that? Shit, hold on. pretty low volume sometimes. Yeah, the microphone's sitting on top of the tractor now. So I kind of, when I move away from it, like if I do this, it's probably a lot better. We're going to have to mess around later with connecting the Yeti mic to see if it will pick up just garage sounds in general better. Where did I put the other piece of plastic? Right there. I know I had it. The hard part is, like, I can connect the Yeti mic to this computer, no problem. The hard part is taking that and sending it through the network so I can still control all the other stuff. That's the annoying part. So it's a lot of voice speeder configuration stuff that I'm worried about. That's way down. Final drawing of it. We should be ready to reassemble. So I'm over here slightly out of frame. I just have a big giant pile of cardboard that I'm just kind of like leaning over. Cardboard is relatively clean. It's got some dust on it, but it's enough where I can clean off this plastic pieces and glass bits. Cardboard is softer than concrete. So there we go. We got ourselves our clear protective bit. Yep. Okay, so that is. There we go. So here's our panel again. Take our panel back over to the blaster. And drop that. Go. So the glass goes to the foam stuff. This protective bit I've got to kind of hold on to. So right now the foam is what's holding it up. So now let me grab this trim piece. This should go back over. And that should hold the plastic. And where are my screw balls? There they are. Cool. Cool. Look at that. I can actually see inside of it now. Holy shit. Okay, so now that's just going to balance there. And I'm going to start off with just two of these ones that only have screws. Oh. Alright. So, just started with those two because those ones have nuts welded on the backside. And I wanted to at least get something started, and that will hold most of this up. Alright, cool. Just got two over there. Grab these and get these on this side. Give me 1 second. Again, when I'm in this corner, I can't really read anything. Alright, let me read this now. Get another cable for that mic so you're already there for next time. Yeah, but the problem is that these cables for the wireless mic, they're about $35 a pop, and if I do anything where I'm bending over, it usually breaks the cable. So they tend to wear out very, very quickly, which kind of sucks. So I'm gonna start just getting all these in. Yeah, it's literally like a $35 cable. So even if I buy a few of them, you know, that starts to add up very quickly. It really sucks. Alright. Now, one of these, I dropped the washer underneath this tractor, so I'm going to see if I can find that here in a moment. Down here, please. Where is that tiny little washer, damn it? I thought it dropped onto the lower deck, but... I don't know. Are they kidding? No, I mean, you gotta think about it. These microphones, they're not made for garage use. They're made for, like, TED Talks. Right? You're supposed to take it, walk out on stage or a church or something, talk. You're not climbing underneath cars with it and bending the cable and all that kind of thing. That being said, I have seen some YouTubers, they've been using little microphones that it looks like a little box that they attach to their shirt, but I don't know if that's a wireless thing or if it's just a recorder and then they edit that into their videos later or what. But that's something I need to look at. But that is also the reason why I'm looking at my Yeti mic, because if I just have a permanent mic that picks up everything in the garage, we might not even need that in here anymore. So, we'll have to do a test. Not sure yet. Come on. pricing policy? You talking about how much a freaking microphone costs for one of these things? Yeah. Kind of irritating. See, I'm standing here, and I can literally see out of a hole on that side of the thing. There is no baffle that is keeping me from just pulling out of this. So that's definitely something I need to 3D print and get made. Alright, now to tighten everything up. Before on the far side, it have the nuts on the back of them that I won't have to reach in and grab. But all these other ones, grab them. Alright. E4. Alright, there we go. Oh, God. My hands are cramping. So now this, I don't know if this will reach. No, it will not. Shit you not. I am like 2 feet short of being able to reach that damn corner piece. Of course, I hung it up here. Okay. But yeah, like, I really want to be able to have the ability to take the camera actually over here and put the camera into, push to release. Hold on, I gotta figure out what this thing is actually. Oh, it literally has a lock. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so vacuum becomes unplugged. And instead. Come on. Of course, it has a big giant green light. Close it right there. There we go. And cables trapped on the truck. So now this is turned on. Camera 2. Camera 2. Camera 2. The little foam thing on the microphone just fell off. Let's see if I camera 1. Apparently I did click something. So now here's where the problem is, but also the solution I came up with, right? So if I have the camera like that, okay, this is primarily so I can see. You'll notice that if I put my hands in, my hands are coming in from the top of the screen. That's not what I'm seeing, right? I have the camera kind of upside down, and this is why I made this profile camera 3. There you go. So that is essentially just the camera upside down. So then, yeah. So right now, here's where the other issue is right now this on the glass. What I want to do this is I want to lift it slightly up and put a polarization filter on it, because a polarization filter will get rid of a lot of the, won't see like my face reflected in the thing, but then you'll be able to see the entirety of what's going on inside of it. The other option that I am thinking of is that if I decide to go with a more permanent mounted solution, camera 1, I could actually take the camera and mount it inside the cabinet in the corner, maybe hide it behind a piece of protective plexiglass or something, right? And I think that would be kind of an interesting angle to see whatever the hell's being worked on, right? The having that hole open to atmosphere is not good, however. So, camera 2, yeah, it's definitely gonna have to figure out something. All right, I'll pull these gloves back out. All right, awesome. Camera 1. So I'll try to show the angle here. You see how like this side, right? It has like a foam surround, and it has this kind of shelf, and that shelf is, when it's shut, hopefully a lot of the stuff will go down, hit that shelf, and fall down below. But the foam thing is supposed to try to create a better seal there. And again, because this thing was so positive pressurized, it was just shit was leaking out everywhere. Camera 2. So again, wanna redo a lot of this shit to make it better. That's good. Drop the screwdriver. The problem with, well, here's the other issues that I have. Is right now at this moment, this camera is the only camera that I have in this garage that I'm able to move around. If I get a camera over there, especially something that's like permanently mounted, that's the only thing that camera is ever going to be used for. And I've got to, 1, run the cables over this way. 2, got to get cables that are long enough to actually reach. Because they're the USB thing, you got to make sure that they has enough power to run it, otherwise it starts complaining and blah, 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 all that kind of crap. I need to get like a 3-foot extension cable so I can plug this light in or something. Come on. There you go. But I think that... Ah, shit. Well, there goes a bunch of my alcohol. Let's pick that up and put the cap on it, please. Stop wasting my damn alcohol. I mean, I have like 5 more bottles downstairs, but I'd rather not waste it. But yeah, got a few things done. Got the bead blaster. I should say media blaster. The media blaster is cleaned up a bit. Cleaned up a bunch. I don't want to use it again until I can get some proper controls to control airflow and make sure that it is a slightly positive pressure case. Again, no. I'm sorry, negative pressure case. Negative pressure case is good for bead blasters or media blasters. Positive pressure case is good for computers. Remember, in the media blaster, you want to keep the dust inside, while in the PC, you want to keep the dust outside. So, yeah. Yeah, all my alcohol on the floor. Frickin' great. Yeah. I'm still going to be streaming for a little bit, but at this point, I think I'm done with my projects for now. Let me quickly go back to the tractor and just double check something. Find the fuel pump. Make sure the fuel pump. Yep, fuel pump is pumping when it gets power. So, that's that. Okay, yeah. Trickle charger is plugged in. Cool, cool, cool. And right there, might have just ripped the cable in half. Test. Test. Tell if the cable's working or not. Yeah, I walked past the thing and it caught the frickin' cable. It works? Okay. I'm gonna, hold on a minute. Kind of wrapped around my body tight, so it shouldn't, as long as I don't brush up against any catch. All right, get that into that corner. Oh, man. My back does not like me bending over with that. Okay. So I still have a bunch of foam rubber stuff that possibly do some more sealing, but again, a lot of the stuff with this case is I need to figure out the baffle, so I stop wasting media, and I need to figure out the air feed so I keep the case negative pressure. Yeah. You do not want a blasting cabinet to be positive pressure. And I did it again. The damn frickin' thing just popped off my hip. Cable's being stressed again. What a load of shit. Alright. Alright, so vacuum. See if I can figure out some of this stuff. Oh, shit. Lid came off. Where did I put the damn camera now? Here's the camera. Come back here, please. Oh, sun's out. Okay, I was like, what? Saw a light. Camera 1. Okay. Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. All right, so my plan is get unstuck. Holy shit! So this media thing, this will be on there. There we go. It fell off again. That's why the damn cable keeps freaking breaking, because their damn clip doesn't clip in. It fell off again. Are you shitting me? Go my damn, you piece of shit. You'll probably fall out of that too. All right, lid is completely on. And I believe if I put this here. So the next issue that I have is that there is literally a 4-inch difference between where it comes out and where I need it to go in. I can't exactly make the bucket shorter. So I'm going to have to figure out a small length of hose to connect it. And then this should floor to the top, just like that. And then this, helps to have the vacuum in. The vacuum back up. Okay. Sorry, loud noises. Okay, so that works really well. So when the vacuum's on, that essentially gets completely, that's all the force is. The bucket itself kind of squeezes. That's good. I'm trying to think how I'm going to go from this up to this. Might have to just a piece of tubing that goes out, or can't exactly put this there. I mean, I might be able to just put it on the ground. If I put it on the ground, it just means that you've got more meat going through a longer hose is the problem. That's my biggest worry. Okay. Whatever. Bucket. Over in that bucket. All right. Vacuum filter. Put that in there. Empty. And move it back here. I remember seeing the little ink cartridge for this pen floating. There it is. Oh, it's a green ink pen for some weird reason. Does that still work now? Might work better if it didn't have all the colors on it. Oh, because it's missing the little spring. So that pen is trash. Right. That hose up there for later use. I'm going to see if I can find some adapters or whatever, and I don't like that hose because, again, it's got the crap on it, and that large corrugation just means more and more media will get in it, and I just don't want that. I'm going to figure out something with this camera because I'm not exactly sure. Because it seems like I'm standing over here a lot and my head gets cut off. So we're going to put that light up there for now. Easy to do. Tripod will go right to it. Alright. That is rusty as shit. That's trash. Enigma, take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out tonight. All right, let's see. Let's bug crap all over this thing. I'm trying to remember what this back brace was to. I think it was one of my backpacks. I'm just trying to remember which one. Oh, okay, never mind. Flipped it over and I immediately know which one it was. I've got a nice backpack that I got at the end of being in the military. It's got all the Mali attachments and stuff like that. Just had that big Velcro thing. I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I know which one that goes to. Get it out of where all the bug shit is. Still going to keep the tray in case I need to. This piece of metal, I remember it being important. I don't remember what it was. I haven't cleaned this side of the garage in a long while. Usually it's always the garage that swept down. Over here, at least for the last couple of years, either had a non-running car or the tractor sitting in it constantly. But I've got the RX7 moved outside right now, so running car I have on that side is so lightweight. I have a motor. Oh, man. Sorry guys, my back is like screaming at me now. This is definitely going to be one of these days of when I'm done here, go take a shower, and I am going to sleep really well. Go really carefully. Shit. Ow. That hurt. Now my shins hurt. Tripped on the back of the damn snowblower. Oh, man. Trying to balance it and not throw all the dirt everywhere. Sorry, now I'm really hurting. Let's try that again. Except don't trip on the snowblower. Lance, right, dude? One of these days it might stick. Not today, though. Okay, let's move the chair to give me a little bit more room for walking around this shit. Take our little piece of quick, put it somewhere where it's a lot more difficult to get it dirty. Right there. That's going to go over there for now. New fan is working. Do be aware, dude, that when that fan's running, yeah, it's freaking loud in the bedroom too, and I can sleep when that fan's freaking running. So I'm gonna have to figure something out to get it to operate. I really need to get a little temperature sender for that control box. Is what I need to do. But they are currently out. I think they sell like a foot-long one, but foot-long is completely useless. And the fact that you order it from them, it still takes them like 2 weeks to get it to you. My shins are not happy. Alright, so I have a little bit of really thin aluminum here. Again, that's for welding practice later. Oh, man. So, kind of got this cleaned up a little bit. Kind of got a lot of it moved over here, so it's more heavy stuff there instead of just being scattered all over. This shelf is now holding just a bunch of liquid. It's now double thick, so it won't bow underneath the weight of it either. There's still a lot of stuff here that, like, I would say here, including down here, still needs to be going through, but it's a good start. Again, I'm doing this kind of like slow and steady, just as like I'm hurting a lot. Actually, where am I with this damn ladder? See, like in the future, I think this ladder will end up going against that wall. But right now, I've got a whole bunch of plywood over there. So, but now the hope is, I bring the car in here, I won't hit the damn ladder. That is why we're going to make sure that all this is as clear as we can make it. So again, previous owners, they didn't have anything on any of the walls. But what they did have is this track up there, there, and over there, where it's that Rubbermaid fast track where I guess you have this little thing that clips into it and it locks into position. And they had some attachments, a bicycle from it. The problem with that is even if I reposition them into one of the empty walls, like it's really difficult for me to get a bicycle up that high and out of the way. I don't know. The other things I got to think about is my Miata, actually, I also have a hardtop, right? So right now, that hardtop is physically inside the house, and I don't want it in the house. I want to... See, okay, again, that entire corner of the garage is essentially going to be empty once I get the Miata up and running. All those cabinets completely empty. The top of those cabinets empty because those are fenders. Ugh. Dietrich, the most annoying thing is that I know that it's probably playing the song. My headphones have quit about 30 minutes ago, and I can't hear it. Kind of is annoying. Because my damn Bluetooth thing downstairs does not make line of sight, and if it's out of line of sight for a long enough period, it is really annoying. I need to get some kind of Bluetooth repeater again. Oh, man. So these air filters, the size of air filter we had at my house, the place I rent in Utah. However, they are still the same size as those box fans. You can put them on the box fan and draw air through them and filter air that way. That's the reason why I kept them. All right, this heater thing, again, I need to take that back to my uncle sometime this next week. I do not want the gasoline anywhere towards the exhaust of an RX7 because those cars are kind of known for backfiring, and that would be bad. God, that was bad. Trying to start a car, boom, boom, and then the gas tank explodes. That would be so freaking horrible. Oh, shit. Okay, so we're going to take my screwdriver. I've been trying to take my tools and put them back into the drawers that they're going to end up. I need to get more toolbox so I can properly do that. Okay, so let's see. There's all that. Where? Damn it, there it is. Okay. I was like, where did I put the garage door opener? Oh, just a little bit of rain on it. Shit. Forgot I locked it. I thought I could cut it, but apparently not. One moment. Let me go grab the keys. And Webson, what's up, dude? Alright, microphone should still be working. He's running into my truck. Alright. There we go. Alright, that goes into the center console. Handbrake is applied. Car's in second gear. Open up the rear hatch. Because I have this garage air conditioned, I don't want like mildew smells building up inside the car. So usually when I pull into the garage, on this car I tend to just drop the windows, and or if the top's down, it stays down. RX7, I either drop the driver's side window or I just pop the rear hatch like that. And then it's just enough to keep airflow of the thing. I'm now at that point where, like, I am exhausted. I don't know how long my stream's been up, because I think I started before midnight, and I don't know what time it is now. And tripping on the snowblower attachment didn't do that good to my ankles. Oh man, Wrap the Ripper, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Camera 2. Slowly getting there. Getting things clean, getting things sorted, figuring out better places for things to be. So 8 hours? Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Okay. Well, another good thing is apparently the issue I was having with the stream computer dying and freezing after a few hours, apparently that's fixed. Knock on. Oh my god. Old Vamp, good morning. How are you doing today, man? How am I? Yeah. I did this stream because, like, my sleep schedule is absolutely wrecked. So I've been up all night. We've working on that side of the garage. We did get your stuff properly wired into the again, because this wire's being stressed. Let me adjust this thing. Take the microphone essentially off and just right there. Yeah, it sucks that these microphones are like $35. I wish that I could get them cheaper. I'd buy like 50 of them and then just go through them like candy, but can't exactly do that. Yeah. So, again, got the tractor fuel pump relay stuff fixed. The bead blaster, I got the entire outside completely cleaned off. We removed the glass, completely cleaned it off, took the sacrificial plastic that was on the inside, removed that, cleaned all the residue off, got a brand new one of those on there, got that put all back together. Again, the bead blaster, don't expect anything on the bead blaster anytime soon, because I need to do a lot of work making sure that all my media doesn't just get sucked out of the machine. I need to create a baffle so it prevents the really big stuff from getting sucked out, but still allows the fine dust. I also need to figure out, it's probably going to be one of those things that you can open and close it and it will allow more airflow through or less airflow through. And I need to drill and mount the other manometer that I have to make sure that when it's running, the case is under very slight vacuum. You do not want it to pressurize the thing, because if you pressurize it, the dust comes out of every single opening in the thing, but if you have negative pressure, it keeps the dust contained. So, yeah. This thing, I need to go at the engine bay with some sandpaper and then essentially wipe it down with a bunch of alcohol. I apologize. I feel like I'm about to sneeze here. I'm going to try to mute the microphone if I can get it in time. Hit the engine bay with a bunch of sandpaper, rough a lot of stuff up, wipe it down, and at least where the engine mounts are on the K-member down below, I need to hit that with some gloss black. You want it to be gloss. Satin looks nice, but it's really bad for cleaning shit off later on. If you've got oil and the grime builds up in the oil stuff, having gloss paint, it cleans off so much easier. So I want to get that done. I already sent myself a message on Discord. I gotta get the two main seals that go on the transmission. I need to get the oil for the transmission. I almost forgot about that too. Shit. That frickin' gear oil, that's just nasty smelling stuff. I might as well replace the oil in the differential. I don't know if I've ever done that. I think it's due a change, right? Trying to think what else. Like other little projects, my main air hose that I had going from the wall to my work area over here, apparently, over the years, it's dry rotted. So, I do have a new air hose down here that is on it. And that'll be the primary air hose for at least this half of the garage. I mean, it's 50 foot. It should be able to reach. It'll reach, whatever. I'll have to figure it, because 50 feet of hose, I'm probably going to have to take that, because it's all coiled up really, really tightly right now. That's going to be something I need to undo, take it outside and let it sit in the sun and soften, and then when it's hot and sitting in the sun, then coil it in big coils so it doesn't fight me when I try to drag it across the garage. Again, need to set up the welder to do TIG welding.
if I have one of these nights, another day when hopefully it's not raining outside, I can slide this car outside, move the welder and the welding table into this bay here, and practice doing TIG welding. Because that's something I really need to get better at. Oh my god. Shit. Front main oil seal is not on the car. Rear main oil seal is not on the car. I have them on the shelf over there. Those have to go on before I put the transmission on. Pressure washer. I need to get the pressure washer out and pressure wash that one metal plate. The plate that goes between the engine and transmission. It's like a spacer. It's like a 16th of an inch thick. Got to put that on there. I might as well pressure wash the outside of that starter because it's just grimy. Might as well get all the stuff that goes back into the car clean. Oh man, shoot. Sorry guys. Like, yeah, I'm now at that point where it's like I am getting ready to want to sleep. But I need, again, I've got this residue from that bead blaster, and I'm not going to touch anything and go inside and clean myself off. This is nasty. Just trying to think what other big stuff we have planned anytime soon. I got the, some of you might have seen this, I've got that racing cockpit. I still want to get in and do some more iRacing things. I need to go through and figure out a race series that I want to do. Like, I enjoyed the Skip Barber cars greatly in the past, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the kind of race car I need to, like, I need something to take the stuff that I am not good at with racing and teach me better, right? I'm wondering if that one other little open wheel, that 1000cc thing, if that thing would be better for momentum racing. I'm not entirely sure yet. Again, the Skip Barber car, like, I enjoy that car, but I am not at the level of being anywhere competitive with those cars at all. And yeah, like, several of the tracks I'm still like 4 to 6 seconds off pace, and that's just, I don't like that. Other little projects that I need to get done. My sunroof lid has a couple little rust holes in it, and the actual sunroof assembly, one of the arms that goes to it has actually snapped, and it's made out of aluminum, I think it was. So one of these days, I'm going to have to go in, I got to remove all the trim panels from the interior, drop the headliner down, and take the entire sunroof out. And then from that, I need to take the sunroof panel, grind out the rust spots, close up the rust spots with weld, and then essentially resurface it, a little bit of Bondo, whatever, and repaint it. And then the actual assembly that holds everything, that arm, clean the arm up and re-weld it too. And again, I think it's aluminum, so yeah, really not looking forward to that. Because I haven't really messed with aluminum, and I haven't even really... I haven't worked with TIG enough to feel confident with it yet, right? So once I get the steel TIG down, then I've got, again, some aluminum coupons that I'm going to practice with until I feel comfortable welding aluminum, right? I still got that aluminum radiator over there that, again, I'm not going to touch that until I get a lot of practice with the stuff that it doesn't matter if I blow a hole in it or not. I really don't want to blow a hole in my radiator. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for me, guys. Let me quickly run downstairs and figure out... Actually, let me go first. I'm going to wash my hands, and then I'm going to go downstairs so I can safely touch my computer. And then, once I master aluminum, I'm going to try titanium welding next. I do not have any titanium on my cars at the moment, so I don't have a need right now. Maybe one day, but I'm going to focus on what my cars actually have right now. So, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, hands are clean. I can come downstairs now. Yeah, I can pet you. What are you up to? My hands are not dirty and contaminated with nasty shit. Right? Right? Yeah. I've been away all night long, right? You're wondering why the hell. You didn't pee on my desk, did you? You didn't pee on my desk and get angry at me and somewhere different, buddy? Good. Just making sure, because he has done that a few times in the past. Alright, let's see. Who is live? Who do I follow that is live this early in the morning?
Alright, so what I'm going to do, I am going to send you guys over to go... Sorry, I'm just trying to see. Let's see who is. Oh, I haven't been able to rate him in a long while. Guys, I'm going to send you over to go see Cletus Buford. He is currently playing a bit of Enshrouded today. So, again, thanks for hanging out, guys. It is Sunday. If I go live again, I am probably going to be doing another lazy Final Fantasy stream. Probably just doing like leveling and stuff like that. Or something where I am sitting most of the stream. I'm not entirely sure what yet. But I am now at that weird point where I'm extremely tired. I still need to take a shower to wash this grime off of me, and yeah, 7:19 in the morning, and I'm about to go to sleep. I feel like I'm on mid-shift again. So guys, again, thank you all for hanging out. I will see y'all later, and with that, take care. Later, guys.